Some part of me wants to disappear with you. My soul and all that I could afford. It's only gonna fall into what you explore. I'm running away from the past I left behind. I'm looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind. So
Alrighty then. Fellas, lasses, let's get this league stuff started. My name, as most of you probably know, Rick Saga Sharples. I'm here with Stan the Greyheart. How you doing, man?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Excited to be casting some high-quality League of Legends coming out of Salford Uni.
It's definitely League of Legends. I don't know about the quality part of that. But we're getting into it now. We're already actually in the champion select, so let's get that kicking off.
Champ select it is, and we've got a team being led by Daddy D5 taking on a team being led by Mexi. So Team Daddy, Team Mexi coming up, and the first ban we're going to see in this game is going to be Graves.
It certainly is. By the way, did you get the link I sent you? I copied
yes.
Copied a version of that form so we can color code things and keep it all nice and organized. So that's going to be a target ban. I think who's going to be jungling for that team? I think Mexi is likely the jungler, and actually first on his list of most played is Graves, so that's going to be taken away. Xin Zhao as well. That's again first on his list, going to be taken away. So using the Tryouts form to their advantage, we had our little suspicions that this might happen. Teams not really doing their research because it's just being deposited right in front of them. But hey, I mean, you'll take what you can get. Lucian going to be taken away as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Rick. I mean, if that research, as you talk about it, is literally being handed to them on a platter, in a way, they'd be silly not to use it. But in another way, it's kind of a shame we don't get to see people getting to play the champions they're most known for. It does show us how much versatility they've got, though.
Yeah, especially these players that have so gracefully come in and just filled the roles that people of people who didn't show up on time for tryouts again. So
who would do such a thing?
Students mostly.
Mostly students.
Yeah. Okay, so teams are now in order on the form as well, so that makes things nice and easy. Obviously too much to ask for people to get into role orders, LCS orders, in games like this. Okay, it's okay. We'll work around it.
We certainly will.
Poppy.
Yeah, Daddy's team taking away the
Come on, you can't do that. That's Ruben's only champion, okay? Ruben is a massive advocate for Poppy in literally every matchup that has ever existed. It doesn't matter if Poppy's supposed to get smashed, he'll just pick Poppy and blame something else if he loses. So it makes sense for him to take that away. But the Jhin will be left available. That's Handsome Squid Man. Throwback to anyone who was here for the 1v1 tournament where the simultaneous Jhin ults where he came out on ahead in that one. So nice pick in the bottom lane. See what they match up with Anthony for that one. See what they respond. Actually, no, he's against Anthony, so that's going to be a Soraka picked into it. 98% sure, but we'll see what comes out.
Get the opportunity to have a little look. We're definitely going to see the Kayn immediately locked in. That's going to be matched up with the Tristana. So straight away, a couple of AD champions coming in for Team Mexi.
Yeah, a lot of junglers targeted in the draft, taken away through the bans. We've got Graves, Xin Zhao, and Warwick. All of those quite high on the list of the preferred champions. Once again, that was just delivered straight in front of their faces in the Tryouts form. So going down to that sort of third or fourth most preferred champion here for Mexi as he picks up his Kayn. It is still on the list, so we'll see what he's able to do with that one. But Tristana is a really good, strong, powerful AD carry. Consistent throughout pretty much all stages of the game, and it's something that there's been a lot of discussion within our little Discord. Quick plug as to what is a good AD carry to play right now. Tristan is always on the table, but Jack's in the top lane. That's going to be an interesting one. So we're going to see Gorefield's going to be taking that one. That's not on his list, actually, unless that's a Jack's jungle. That could be something
It
interesting.
certainly could be. There's a chance that Daddy brings that one out. We're going to see Rakan being picked up there with Genso going to lock it in alongside the Jin. What do you make of that combination?
Ooh, boy, oh boy. So Rakan and Jin in the bottom lane. It's got a lot of potential to get kills early. So much lockdown from Rakan. Combine that with the long range snares and the curtain call from Jin as well. It's a dangerous bottom lane to be in. They can engage on you from a long distance. But Jack's in the top side of the map, at least. We're safe enough to say that much. Nautilus doesn't really answer the question of where that's going, because that is still technically potential to be jungle as well, but I think it's most likely to be in top lane. And Trundle is, of course, Ruben's classic fallback champion. If his puppy's taken away, he goes for the next best thing. Yeah, he actually survived a lane against me when I was playing Aftershock Pantheon, but we won't talk about that one for this one. But Victor in the mid lane, going to be going up against Morgan's classic Twisted Fate. And there we go. What did I say? Soraka, Anthony, name a more iconic duo. He's like the Kim Kardashian of bot lanes. Always goes for the Soraka when he can do. And to be fair, I guess he makes it work. It just doesn't make it very interesting. But we'll see if the Rakan is able to get involved and put a stop to some of that passive laning coming out from
Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like a kill lane at the minute, Saga, but we'll see whether or not the team of Daddy D5 will be able to turn this game to their advantage. We're looking at a game with only 3 bans per team, so now that the draft is complete and those second set of bans didn't come through, we see the full compositions. And what are you making of them?
Ooh, I'm making a lot of engaged potential for the side of the Daddy's team. It's so weird to say that because that was actually our team name last year. Daddy's Angels. So we'll call these like Daddy's Cherubs or something, that like the baby version. But Daddy's team, again, a lot of potential for engages. Pretty much every champion on the team has some way of getting a fight started, whether it's a 5v5 team fight or just a little pick here and there. You've got the global ultimate from Twisted Fate with the instant point-and-click stun. You've got point-and-click knockups from Nautilus. You've got long range from Jin. Everyone knows Rakan's engaged potential, and even Jax. He can even go for a split-pushing build, and only Trundle can really answer him, potentially in a side lane. Maybe Kayn, depending on which, whether he goes for the red form or blue form. I think red is most likely, but that tends to be a little more strong in this team-fighting situations rather than in the 1v1 split-pushing. So if it is going to be Trundle that has to go and answer a split-pushing Jax, it's going to be difficult to rip through that tanky front line of Nautilus without the subjugate to get those defenses down. So I'd give the advantage in the straight-up 5v5 over to the Daddy's team. But there's definitely a lot of potential for Mexi's team to find some plays in the early game, especially with Kayn. He can have that intuitive gank pathing. You know, walls aren't really an issue for him, so he can get in and make some plays happen in the early stages of the game. Maybe get Sammy's on the Tristana ahead in the bottom lane. A lot of safety with his Soraka, and if they can get that rolling, that could be a potential window to victory for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of safety with this Soraka. There's also a lot of safety in the fact that we're seeing Tristana running this cleanse, the same as Victor. So it seems like Team Mexi opting to take a slightly safer route rather than maybe the more aggressive summoners they could have taken.
Yeah, I think they're a little cognizant of just how much potential there is for them to have fights started on them. So get a little safety in that, but it's not really answered on the other team. It's just answered with more aggression. You've got 2 ignites, just 1 teleport in the top lane, but they do have the combat summoner advantage in the bottom lane though. Or no, they don't actually, because they have the ignite, but there is a cleanse there on Tristana that can deal with that. And of course Soraka, why not just add 1 more heal to her kit? Not like it's already loaded with those already.
So Saga, these are obviously trials that we are looking at the team still very much so being put together for Salford going into the new season. What do you think that what word am I looking for? The people that are picking the team, what do you think they're looking for coming out of these trials?
So we've got our captain, our president, Mr. Snowblind, who was the namesake of a song that we had on just as we came into this game. So I had to let that play a little bit of a tribute. So him and a well-being officer Swifty, they're going to be sitting in the Discord with these teams. They're going to be looking not just at the way that they play, but also their communication between one another, how well they can come together as a team, make plays around the map. Who's going to be shot calling? Who's going to be issuing, the shots? Who's going to be telling people where to go? Who's going to be making the right decisions at the right moments? It's not all just down to the gameplay here. It's all about building together the best possible team that you have that has the potential to succeed in a more organized environment like the Newell is. And it definitely is. It can be quite challenging. Some of the teams, particularly even in the summer series, have been playing to a really high standard. So it's not just in the gameplay; it's in the team cohesion as well. So that's something that we need to just keep in mind as well. That it's not just about who goes off and has a 50 kill game. It's about who was the reason that they got to that point. Was it Rakan roaming up and getting Jax ahead in the jungle? Was it Trundle making teleport plays and getting the Tristana ahead? It's that kind of thing that we're going to be looking for as well here.
Alrighty, so you talk about having a 50 kill game. Someone I don't think is going to have a 50 kill game, Saga, is going to be Gorfeld on this Nautilus. He's going to be running the Aftershock champion in the top lane. I've not seen many Nautilus in the top lane since around about Season 4, where it was all tanks, Maokai, Nautilus, Alistair up there. What do you make of this pick, especially considering he picked it into an already picked Trundle?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one because Trundle is traditionally that sort of tank-busting champion. He hasn't gone for the press the attack route, so he's gone for the grasp. So it's a little bit more of a sustain-focused build, which, fair enough, maybe Ruben isn't going to be the primary carry on this team, particularly with the Kayn jungle, a bit of a squishier route taken there, so he wants to get that bonus health. But I don't see Nautilus really ever taking the advantage in the 1v1 there. At best, he can survive that lane and maybe use that teleport to try and make some plays around the map. So before we get into this one, let's do the counterfeit strategy. So we pause the game up. Just in case this happens. Unable to download spectator data. That is wonderful. That's just what I wanted.
Beautiful. Same here.
That happens entirely too often.
That's the first time that's ever happened to me. I assume it's just a reconnect jobby.
It sure is, but when we get in, it'll probably be at different times, so we'll have to pause up and then get resynced to make sure we're all at the same point.
I'm sure we can handle that. Consummate professionals over here, Saga.
Of course. But at least it happened to both of us, so it isn't just one of us. Okay, so I'm going to pause the game. Let me know when you've reconnected.
Just working on it now. So, we get a moment while I try to reconnect to talk about the mid lane. It's a matchup we have not seen a huge amount of recently. Twisted Fate and Victor, both champions who have fallen off slightly in the current meta. Is there a particular one who you think could be the key to one of the teams winning this game? As I also get into the game and I am currently rewinding to whatever time you tell me to.
You just pause where you are. I'll catch up with you.
I'm gonna go on. I am pausing at 23 seconds.
Okay. All right, so I mean, Victor is gonna have a little bit of an advantage in that lane, particularly towards the later stages. I think Twisted Fate might have the capability of pushing him in early and getting those roams down, but it all depends on. I think a little bit of jungler interaction might be called for in that lane, but
for sure.
I will see. We're on 23 seconds. Just double check.
I'm just quickly moving my last couple of people around. Put that Nautilus in the top lane.
There we go. I still need to do that. Again, professional quality.
Always. Totally unscuffed.
As is expected. Why have I put Tristana in the jungle? That's not right. Okay, just to make sure we're absolutely synced. The red team, Soraka hasn't quite got into the bush for me yet. Is she in the bush for you?
Correct, yep. And Trundle is perfectly inside inside the wall.
All right. Then we should be good to go. So I will...
Right. You count it down.
Move that crappy electro music. We'll go 3, 2, 1, and begin.
So as we get into game...
Yeah, a few pings going down.
Yeah, you're talking about the Raka who was going into the bush. It's actually going to be a full 5-man stacked invade coming in from Team Mexi heading into the top lane.
Yeah, it's not unusual to see this kind of thing go down early, but it's going to be Gorfield maybe caught out of position.
He's very much so caught out, and with that silence, he's really
flash.
It's going to be flash for flash, and Gorfield goes down. First blood goes over to Sammy's. Straight away, Team Mexi looking the strongest.
Well, that's one way of getting your Tristana an early lead, I guess. Daddy D5 a little bit too busy typing in chat to help out his top laner there. They didn't drop a single ward to catch out any of that aggression, just completely caught them off guard. And that's a flashless Nautilus, who we've already touched on in Champ Select, isn't going to have the easiest time in this lane up against Trundle. Fortunately, didn't lose too much, and Trundle didn't even get the assist, so he didn't actually directly benefit from that, because Gofield on Nautilus will be back in lane by the time minions are there, so there's not going to be any experience differential, and in fact Ruben's going to be helping out with the red buff, so potentially even here for Gofield to get the push back on that lane, but it's still not going to be safe, as he did have to burn that summoner spell. Whereas Tristana in the bottom lane, maybe at level 1 might be in a spot of bother, but as soon as she gets that rocket jump up and available, she's still gonna more or less be just as safe as she was with the flash available anyway. So
and gonna have a longsword on top of that as well now. So there's pros and cons, and it's certainly unlikely with that Raka that Tristana's going to be getting caught anytime soon.
yeah, she did take the silence first, the trademark aggressive Soraka, making sure that the flash came too late and the kill was able to be secured either way. So a really nice start there for Team Mexi.
Alright, we're just seeing some trades here in the top lane. Right now, Gofield and Ruben, they're just doing the standard thing that top laners do, picking up as much CS as they can, and so far, Gofield not really feeling the pain for having lost that flash.
Yeah, it comes with time. Trundle isn't much of a bursty champion, but he can whittle you down over a period of several minutes, particularly in the earlier stages of the game. He does have the, as we said, Grasp of the Undying, going to give him a little bit of sustain. Only the Aftershock available on Nautilus, so he'll get maybe a chunk of damage out of that, but it's such a long cooldown on that compared to the 4 seconds of Grasp. In these extended trades, if Ruben's able to find them, things will start going in his favor. But in the mid lane, Morgan's trying to push out a little bit on Jeevan, and he's getting the push in the lane, but he's taking a big chunk of his health to do it.
Absolutely. Junglers so far are pretty much level. We do see that Jax getting himself a camp ahead as the root does land onto Sam. He's going to get knocked up as well and absolutely obliterated as Handsome Squidman comes up with his first kill of the game.
Oh, just as I was talking about how the rocket jump is almost as much safety as the flash, he just mistimes it. He gets the jump. Tristana, if you're not entirely aware, while she's channeling the jump, she can't actually be interrupted. So if you stun her or lock her in place during the channel of the jump, she will jump anyway. But perfectly timed from Genso as he lands that grand entrance just barely after she takes off from the ground, and that will interrupt it. And with the ignite, the 4th shot from Handsome Squidman's Jhin, it's enough to take him down. And now that longsword Tristana that had the lead is down a kill and 7 CS in that lane.
And has had to pick up a second longsword as well, so not able to pick up any of those big items. Meanwhile, we're going to see the first gank of the game as Mexi comes into the top lane. This is a flashless Gofield who is taking a huge amount of damage. He's going to be able to get the shield. Is he going to be able to get away? No! Flash forward from Mexi secures a kill, and we are back at 2-1 in favour of Team Mexi.
I'm not sure. Not sure if he had no mana there. He'd had the dredge line available. Could have used that towards the wall or towards the turret to get himself out of there. But instead, it's going to burn the flash of Mexi. But he does go down a second time. And now that the punish coming through, and Daddy's going for it in the mid lane as well.
Straight in with a counter-strike, gets a little bit of damage out of Jeevan, who is fairly low on mana, but it's going to be the mid laner surviving, unlike that Nautilus in the top lane.
And not much assistance there from the mid lane. A couple of question mark pings going off in my head there as Morgan just happily farming away at the minions while Solomon comes in for the gank. But hey, point and click stuns, who needs those anyway? But Jeevan, as we say, they went for the safe route, they took the cleanse, didn't really help Sammy's out in the bottom lane, but in that situation, would have given Victor the safety he needs to get himself out of that sticky situation. But again, just looking at the difference just in CS numbers for the junglers, Daddy D5 has been farming up a storm. He's already on almost 30 minions to the 15 of Mexi, bearing in mind Mexi has 2 kills that he's participated in. One of them was before the minions spawned. So really he's traded about 4 camps worth of minions for a single kill. Whether or not that's worth it, you could argue. Almost specifically as Kayn, because then you get the progress towards your transformation, but still it's something to keep an eye on. As we said, Jax can be a bit of a problem if he scales up into the later stages.
Daddy D5 on that Jax currently just taking these wolves away, has not completed his recall yet in this game, so when he does go back he's going to have a significant chunk of gold, but he's happy to just do a double clear right now. Unfortunately for him, he is going to lose out those Krugs to the invading Kayn.
Oh, Kayn actually might be catching him out here in his own jungle. He's low health.
And this is Daddy D5, who has no items. He's not going to get himself knocked up. Manages to land the counter
Twisted
strike.
Fate's coming.
The jump was going a bit low, and it's going to be an interesting use of the Destiny, completely catching Mexi out as he fails to go through the wall on Kane. Daddy D5 picks up a kill, and that invade went horribly wrong for Mexi.
That was a really nice collapse. You saw both of the bottom laners as well. Squidman and Jensa were both on their way up. Squidman not quite able to land the deadly flourish to lock him in place, but it doesn't matter as Morgan gets in there with the pick a card and locks Mexi down and punishes him. And there we go. That's a little bit more of a punish. So that minion wave discrepancy is just getting bigger and bigger for the Jax, and now he's the one that's taking his time to invade, and he's not even come back to buy an item yet. Ruben's level 6.
He might get found out again. There is a Victor around to help the Kane out this time. Daddy D5, you have stayed a little bit long, gets slowed down, burns his flash, hops to safety, and Daddy D5 right now is showing why the team is named after him.
Oh boy, again, Flash is used aggressively, coming back to haunt people once again, as Mexi can't really follow him up with the flash over the wall, despite the fact he's only got a couple of hundred health. Jeevan could have maybe gone for it, but as you said, Morgan's been pushing him in over and over in the mid lane. He's had to use his mana to sort of control that wave and keep it pushed back in a reasonable spot, so wasn't confident in the fact that he'd be able to pick up the kill with the Chaos Storm or a Death Ray over the wall, so didn't commit to the flash. Daddy gets himself away, and he's gone straight up for a Tiamat. So that's even more farming potential now for this Jax.
Yeah, Tiamat and a second part to his jungle item as well, so he's not going to have any difficulty with the sustain, as he's already proved to us by taking so long before his recall. Now it looks like we might get a 2 versus 2 in the top lane. We're going to see the challenging smite be issued. Mexi again stopped from going over the wall, this time by Daddy D5, but he gets stopped in his tracks. Mexi and Ruben X doing work, forcing a flash once more from Gorfeld, who's running for the hills, and that's going to be a Nautilus hopefully getting himself to safety, but Daddy D5 not so lucky.
That just comes from... We're talking about minion discrepancies. We're looking at the junglers. We need to shift our eyes about a centimeter upwards and just look in this top lane. We said it's going to be a difficult lane for Nautilus. Having died at the start didn't really cost him any minions. The second death certainly did, though. He's down 30 to Ruben on Trundle, and Trundle in that fight was level 7 to the level 5 of Nautilus, so the Subjugate came down on Jax, gave them that extra chunk of damage, burned through his resistances, and were able to pick up that kill. Nautilus only got level 6 as he was running away, as he flashed back towards his own tower, so he couldn't even drop his own ultimate there to keep his teammate alive, so just absolute dominant performance in the top lane from Ruben so far. Hopefully he's able to keep that up, as he's got himself a Tiamat. So once again, just more and more pushing power on this Trundle.
The whole fight could have been very, very different if Gorfeld had have had that depth charge available. Unfortunately, no such luck for Daddy D5, who gets himself caught out, maybe feeling a little overconfident after his couple of great escapes, but this time, no. Not happening. Meanwhile, Jeevan has got himself that first upgrade of the Hex Core, and I'm pretty sure it was the E that he decided to upgrade, so he's going to get that extra little bit of his laser blast popping up and doing double damage.
Yeah, it would make sense, especially in this lane, as Twisted Fate has been pushing him in constantly over and over again. Even himself has about a 20 minion lead, which honestly you don't see Novocaine with minion leads too often, so he's doing very well in this lane. But another little fight between these junglers.
Mexi and D5, we named the teams after them, and they are delivering the fights. Mexi managed to take the blue buff and just used his flash to try and get away. Here comes a curtain call. Daddy D5 trying to help his ADC get the kill, and it is going to happen. Daddy D5 now running away from Sammy's, but it's going to be Triskana picking up a kill. Both the ADCs have killed both of the junglers, and now we do see ADC being shut down because the teleport arrives and Trundle comes in. He flashes over the wall. He wants to get to Gensu as well, but it's going to be a dash away, meaning that a safety comes in for the support. But wow, the explosive fights coming in, and Ruben's teleport, well justified there.
Yeah, the teleport absolutely justified. A really nice collapse as they got a little bit too over-aggressive in the jungle. Were able to take down a kill, but Sammy shows up, returns the kill, takes the red buff away from the kill on Jax, and they managed to finish off the kill on Squidman as well with the teleport down from Ruben. The flash may be a little bit questionable, but I suppose it's enough to force the opposing team away, and they're able to get themselves that Ocean Drake, which, as people know, is the better you can get an Ocean Drake, the earlier you can get it, the better, because the longer you have it in the laning phase, it's just free sustain for both health and mana, and it's really, really powerful in the earlier stages of the game. Falls off a little bit late, which is often why it's not one that you see contested much later on, but Morgan's in trouble.
Here comes Mexi floating through the walls again, this time getting a knock-up courtesy of his upgraded, that's Rust, isn't it?
It is, he's gone red form.
So we are going to see Mexi certainly causing a bit of trouble, but Jeevan himself has to be pretty careful because Daddy D5 is lurking. He's got himself that control ward. He knows he's not been spotted out, and if we see a gold card coming out of Novocaine, it could mean death for Jeevan. He uses the cleanse immediately, but we will get transferred to this fight where Mexi is once again caught, pulled out of the wall for the 4th time this game. Handsome Squidman with that Storm's Razor is now going to be able to get his third kill of the game. Takes down a Scuttle for good measure.
Oh, and Morgan, the fight is just non-stop.
Novocaine goes golden. Sammy's is going to jump himself away. Dodges away from 2 of the shots. The 3rd isn't going to hit either. Now we see the dash up is going to be the quickness being used by Ricard. Not able to secure a kill onto Sammy's. He did not have his flash or his cleanse available, but the fast footwork coming out of the ADC of Team Mexi does manage to keep himself alive.
Yeah, well done to dodge some of those curtain call shots. Just barely going in front of him. Did actually force the heal out of Anthony Soraka, but gonna keep himself alive for now, and they're looking to push back a little bit in this lane. Squidman is doing really well in this lane though. Storm Razor on Jhin, particularly with a Hail of Blades. That's a nasty thing to be going up against, and a big chunk of damage onto Anthony now, just to prove that point, as he's taken down to about 200 or so health. Morgan though in the mid lane, sort of mirroring that as he's walking into a few more of these death rays. Another knock-up though on Sammy's.
Yeah, and Sammy's this time decides he wants to jump in. He takes the fight. Wow. He manages to land the Buster Shot, gets the explosive charge off, and ADC takes down ADC. Sammy's comes up big and equalizes the kill score in favor. 3 kills for both ADCs, but now we're going to see the Umbral Trespass.
Oh, no.
It's going to be Maxi dashing into the Jax, dashing into the Novocaine. There's going to be the Whirling Maelstrom, and sorry, that's a new name I've just made up. Whirling Maelstrom. Use that one, Riot. Ruben X, meanwhile, he says, you know what? We might be top lanes, but we can fight too. Gorefield says, no, we can't.
That's our Draven X Kennen fanfiction that we've been reading, coming through a little bit there, but oh man, that all started with a wacky fight in the bottom lane. Genso found a knock-up on Sammy's, and Sammy's just said, you know what, I can do that too. Just dive straight in, uses the Wish from Soraka, gets a huge chunk of health back, and it's enough to find the burst down onto Squidman. In the mid lane though, Daddy D5, more like traitorous D5, as he has the Kayn ult and he jumps over to Morgan on Twisted Fate, delivering Kayn right over to his teammate, able to pick up that kill. At the very least, Morgan will be saying, well, at least I killed him, I guess, but a bit of an unnecessary death there as well for the mid laner, as Daddy was definitely caught out of position. There wasn't really a chance he was going to get out once Kayn pressed that R button. Kind of just gave him over another kill, but it was traded back, so possibly worth. I'm not entirely sure what the shutdown gold was. He did get a little bit.
It was roughly 450,
yeah,
I believe.
450 total, so he gave over an entire other kill, but they only got a bonus 150 gold, so definitely not worth it actually in that instance. And again, Kayn is one of those champions that you've got to be careful with. If he gets ahead, he can do an incredible amount of damage and become stupidly difficult to kill, especially in this red form with the healing that comes through from his abilities. So dangerous games being played by Team Daddy. It's got themselves in about a 2,500 gold deficit. Sammy's did take the first tower of the game in the bottom lane. They've rotated to top just to bully this Nautilus, who's already having a rough game, a little bit more.
Yeah, that's Nautilus who's only got himself a Bammy Cinders, and he's about to find himself in a bit of a fight, but it's actually Novocaine who walks right into the middle of pretty much the entire Team Mexi. Sammy's is now on a killing spree. Daddy D5 trying to do some work before himself dropping down. Does manage to take down the Soraka, is trying to run for the hills, but Sammy's is having none of that. Mexi eventually picks up the kill. Meanwhile, in bot lane, we do see that Handsome Squidman and Gensu are going to keep on pushing up, but unfortunately, this is going to mean an easy secure of the Herald for Team Mexi.
Yeah, that had already been started. That Destiny, again, questionable, as Morgan, I think he was looking for the pick on Anthony, but didn't have the burst damage to get through in time. Has only got the Rod of Ages and nothing else, so it's just not enough damage to burn all the way through the Soraka at this level, and got collapsed on. I wouldn't have even gone for that particularly, because 2 of your main damage sources were sort of in the bottom lane. You've got the Jhin down there who has half of your team's kills, and there was 4 members who were in range to collapse, and that silence from Soraka bought enough time for them to get involved, and it ended up with a couple of them getting taken down. Yeah, they did get the trade back onto Soraka, but trading your jungler and mid for a support, particularly when the Rift Herald is up and available, so easily taken down, and they gave up another turret in the top lane as well for it. Was answered back in the bottom, but now they do have the Rift Herald available, and it can easily be converted into more and more turrets.
So Sagar, I was actually slightly surprised as we saw Tristana taking down that turret in top lane, not to see Mexi immediately summoning the Herald in mid, but looking at the fact that we've got this Cloud Dragon on the table in about 20 seconds time, does mean that a clever use of the Herald could really make things very difficult to split prioritize for the side of Team Daddy.
Yeah, they're going to push in the wave right now, make Novi on his Twisted Fate sweat a little bit as these minions are pushing in. We might see Mexi move towards the mid lane and drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane now, as it looks like they have got decent control on the side of Mexi's team around the Baron Pit. They've got a control ward. I'm not entirely sure if it's spotting the ward in the back of the Baron Pit, but Anthony might be making his way over there to clean that up now. But again, in the mid lane, Daddy D5 is in a bit of a tricky situation. He's surrounded here.
He really is. He goes forth to try and clear out a control ward, but it's him who gets cleared out. Jeevan now picking up the kill with the Chaos Storm. Novocaine is going to have to flash away from the damage coming out of Mexi, and with the jungler dead, this almost certainly smells a free Cloud Dragon, but Sammy's using his cleanse, try to stay alive, using the use of the quickness, which does mean that the handsome Squidman is going to pick up a 4th kill of the game. The teleport came in too late from Trundle. Meanwhile, Jeevan actually going a little bit deep here on Novocaine. We're going to see a teleport into the top lane, and it does feel like Gorfeld's going to just come up, but I'm not sure why.
I think they wanted to take the tower, but it's not going to work.
Gorfeld is not the hero his team wanted right now, and Gensu's so very low. It's going to be Ruben taking down one member. Another member drops as well. It's going to be Victor killing Twisted Fate, Kane killing Jin, Kane killing Nautilus. Double kill for Mexi. Everybody's dying for the side of Team Daddy. The Dragon's available. The Herald could be popped. This could spell disaster.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure who's calling the shots for the Daddy D5s, but they're looking a little bit more like Daddy Iron 4s at the moment. They're actually going for the full aces. Mexi goes straight up for the tower dive. He has the backup. He has the support. Will he be able to get the kill? Daddy's a slippery one. Does manage to keep himself out. The Cinderhulk purchase keeping him alive, and they're actually going to take this middle outer turret without even dropping the Rift Herald for it. Mexi might drop it again to maybe try and push some more, but the team has respawned.
Mexi, who had so much trouble earlier on getting stuck in the wall, being pulled back to his original point, is now just doing whatever he wants. The 7-4-6 Kane enabling Sammy's to go 5-2 and 2 on the Tristana as well. And right now, the side of Daddy D5 have got to do something because they are in freefall.
Yeah, the teleport into the top lane, they wanted to get the tower push, but as soon as that teleport came through, the minion wave died.
Oh, the Umbral Trespass, the dead Jax. He manages to take down Soraka on the back, but look at Ruben. He's just currently managing to 1v3. I don't think he's going to last very long, though, because Handsome Squidman is going to get his 5th kill and get a shutdown onto Ruben. It's turning into a bit of a chaotic game.
Yeah, but most of the chaos is going in favor of Mexi's team. Again, they find a pick on Daddy D5. Again, it's traded back, but it's only the support that's taken down, and that's the Jax. That's the guy who you want to be split pushing, who you want to be pressuring these turrets. He's never been able to get himself into a position to do so, and at this point he's just so far behind. Let's have a look at the gold values real quick. The top lane is just night and day. Gorfield is about half of the total gold of Ruben, so yeah, we won't spend too much time on that. That's just an incredibly difficult matchup and an incredibly difficult circumstances. He got picked on at level 1, and then again as Mexi made his way back up, good punish on the lack of summoner spells there. The junglers, Mexi's got himself about a 3,000 gold lead, although at the moment most of that is not spent. So effectively these junglers, in terms of their current items, are relatively even until Mexi is picking up this Cloud Drake. Until he goes back and spends that money, there isn't actually too much of a difference in the economy of these junglers for the time being. Similar story in the bottom lane as well, as Sammy's actually did just go back and spend all of his gold, so that point is now completely nullified. But there was a point where the gold was relatively even in terms of what they've actually spent, but what they had in pocket was what summed up the difference between them. But now that has been spent. Still surprised though to see that Twisted Fate does still have the gold advantage over the Victor in the mid lane, despite the fact that all of the objectives have been taken down for Mex's team. So the Twisted Fate passive, that loaded dice, getting him that bonus gold, doing a lot of work for him in the mid lane. He's kind of the sole member of this team that is actually ahead of their counterpart. Squidman doing well, but Sammy's is just doing that little bit better in terms of his map rotations, picking up free kills here and there, and linking up with his team to really make an impact on this game.
the two junglers have very much been the playmaking potential for their team so far. Not to take anything away from Sammy's or from Squidman, but we've seen the Jax, the Kayn getting themselves into various positions, but recently it really has been Mexi who has been shining. He takes the Cloud Drake just after he'd popped the Herald in the bot lane and taking a turret. Meanwhile, you talk about Daddy not being able to split push, and this is part of the problem as having the Jax as your jungler rather than your top laner. Hasn't got that teleport, can't join the team even if he does split push, and right now he's finding himself sort of in a bit of a nowhere situation.
Oh, Mexi finds
someone else in a nowhere situation is Gensu. He manages to dash himself away, and here comes D5 trying to take the 3v3 fight. It's going to be ADC support and jungler battling it out, and here comes some more members. It's going to be Sammy's taking down Novocaine as the mid line and joined the fight for the Destiny, only to die. Jin managed to take Rakaroo out on the background, but Mexi is brutalizing the Rakan. Tristana takes down the Jax. It's going to be Jin taken down as well. It's almost an ace, and if Gorfil walks the way he is at the moment, it could well be the ace coming through. Sammy's gets a quadra kill. Tristana pops off, and it's gonna be the inhibitor dropping for sure.
Man, who stole his Penta? That's rude. No, every one of these fights, it starts off with a trade going down where they pick up the kill on Soraka. That just, it makes sense to put your resources into killing that, because if you try and kill anything else, Soraka will keep them alive. But when you blow literally everything that you have to kill that support, you have nothing left for the actual true damage dealers on that team. Tristana just completely had free reign to just hit whoever she wanted in that fight. Even actually jumped forward under the tower to finish off the kill on Jin, and then was delivered the final kill on Nautilus as well. So really well positioned in that fight. Anthony, the sacrificial goat on Soraka, doing his job very well. Not keeping himself alive, but keeping his teammates alive. But whoa, there we go.
Oh,
there's an opponent down as well.
The Baron gets secured, and look at that beautiful use of the stun coming out of Jeevan. Throws the Chaostorm down on top of it and obliterates Gensu from the map. No chance of a steal today for Team Daddy D5. They now find themselves 12,000 gold and a Baron buff behind.
Yeah, and Anthony just pops himself in, says, "Can I have an assist on that, please?" Just drops the silence underneath. Quick thank you, and gets himself a little bit of bonus gold. So it's just worked out so well for them. This Soraka that I, occasionally bully Anthony about, I won't lie, saying, pick an actual champion, please. He's making it look like a, half a champion. So well done. Maybe having an AD carry that isn't afraid of jumping in, putting themselves in danger, is just what he needed to really get that Soraka pick online. But Jeevan, though, did have a very difficult lane, actually, as Novocaine was pushing him in constantly over and over again. Just those wild cards pushing the lane so early is so difficult to deal with for just about every mid lane champion, but he's done very well, kept himself at 0 deaths despite the early pressure that came out from Daddy. Was able to avoid most of that. He had the cleanse available, kept himself safe, kept himself alive. And really, what else was Daddy going to find in this game? The bot lane was fighting themselves constantly all the time. His top laner was so far behind. All he had was farming. But Mexi answered that with getting in lanes and getting kills. And it worked out just so well for them.
Certainly did. I kind of want to agree with you there and just give that credit to Jeevan on the victor, because there was this one moment I remember where there was a gank coming in and we were calling the fight, and suddenly we had to split down to the bot side river and saw a fight there. I honestly believed that Jeevan had gone down in that fight. It seemed like he was dead for sure, but between the flash and the cleanse, however else he managed to get himself to safety, he's still deathless. His team is absolutely dominating, and this could be the fight to end all fights. As Gensu goes down, it's going to be Jeevan, who we were just talking about going onto a rampage. Look at Mexi healing up. He takes turret shots for days. He gets a knock up on the Novocaine, forces the flash. He's going to use the Umbral Trespass to try and get the kill. Not quite able to do it, but manages to get one onto Gorfeld instead. Double kill as he takes down Novocaine finally. Sammy's, meanwhile, is blasting down on the Nexus turrets. An inhibitor is going to fall in the top lane while this happens. Both the Nexus turrets are gone. Daddy's goes in. Daddy's goes down to Maxi. It's going to be Hanson Squidman doing his very best to save the game, but it's not going to happen. The ace is there. GGWP. Game 1 goes to Team Mexi.
Oh man, I feel like I've seen that team fight before a few times in this game. Anthony gets traded down, Soraka gets taken down, but there's so many resources pumped into getting rid of the support. Again, the damage dealers are left alive. Sammy's did actually get taken down towards the very end of that one, but In the end, it wasn't enough. The victory comes through for Team Mexi. Really nicely played across the board from them. End of the game, Mexi 13-4-10 on his Kane. And that was what, his third pick for Jungle Champions, I believe it was. After
He had a couple. He had at least 2 banned away from him.
Yeah,
The Warwick
I
and
think
the
there
Finn,
was.
I think, maybe.
Yeah, a few of them were taken away from him. He pulls out the lower tier one and makes an absolute statement. Top lane, Ruben showing he can play something else other than Poppy. Who would have guessed? Just a really good performance. There was definitely some bright moments for the Daddies team as well, particularly around in the bottom lane. Handsome Squidman and Genso making some nice early plays around the weaker early levels of Soraka, but in the end, wasn't enough to hold down Sammy's. The quadra kill came through in that fight. It's enough for him to win the game.
Yeah, very true, Saga. It was a really enjoyable game to cast. Lots and lots of action. Any particular standout players for you?
Ooh, let's take a quickie look at the stats screen so I can pretend that I'm smart and remember things.
Well, I can tell you right now that with 17k damage, Kane, Mexi, he absolutely dominated the field.
Outdamaged both his mid and bottom laner, so a really good performance from him. Again, just bullying that top lane Nautilus. We already knew he had a tough matchup, and losing his flash at level 1 cost him quite dearly. Was able to get the early transformation as well off that one gank as well. So hopefully we'll see some more of that from him. Maybe Kane will be target banned and we'll get to see some of the other stuff that he has in his back pocket. But for now, we will leave that there for the time being, and we'll get back to you with the next game as soon as we're ready. Stick around. Morgan, give us an ad break because you said you were going to do that. And we'll see you soon.
Let's play pinball. Triple mode. Enable. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. 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 Believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, it's all I wanna do. Do you believe that dreams, they can come true? Will you accept the apology that is long overdue? Well, I question what forever is, and I know you do too. When the answer's right in front of me, believe it's all I wanna do. Trust you not to break. I'll students to wait. I know you not. Trust you not to break. I'll students to wait. Wanna know you not. Trust you not to break. I'll students to wait. you're telling me. It's so clear to see. Well, it's so easy. Look at you and I just know. But it's not easy to step aside and let you go. It's never easy to say a thing that might be a whole different story. Whole different story now. It's a whole different story now. It's a whole different story now. Time always catches up on those who run. But we have time to change what we've begun. A story once told cannot be undone. And I can read what you're telling me. It's so clear to see. Well, it's so easy. Look at you and I just know. But it's not easy to step aside and let you go. It's never easy to say a thing that might be a whole different story. Whole different story now. It's a whole different story now. It's a whole different story now. Find out. We've got so much that we can work out. There's still so much that we can find out. We've got so much that we can work out. There's still so much that we can find out.
One thing we're gonna find out: who's gonna be on the Salford teams? What up?
Me? Can I be on the Salford teams?
No. Sorry.
No. Sad.
You have to be from the university to join the team. We have, fortunately, 10 lovely lads from the university all sitting in lobby, ready to go. We've switched up the teams a little bit. So we've got new AD carry for one of the teams. I think, I don't know if Sammy's is swapping roles, because he's kind of just filling in. So whatever he's needed to be. So we might see him somewhere else other than AD carry. I don't know. Similar thing for Krandgt, that's Kieran, because his name is very difficult to say. So we'll have to see where they end up going. But for the time being, we are in lobby, and I think everyone's just about ready to go. The teams, as we say, have been shuffled around a little bit. Some previous opponents on the same team, some new faces. We'll have to see how this one goes. I've done what I can to try and shuffle the list around, but it's might not be perfect. But oh well.
Not a problem.
I think I've got most of it.
Well, we're jumping into Champ Select, so that's pretty exciting. And yet again, Daily D5 team taking on Mexi team, and we're going to see the bands coming in pretty quickly. Will we see as many bands coming in for the junglers as we did last time?
I'd be surprised if we didn't, with how impactful the jungle was in the previous game. So, actually, Alistair going to be the first pick taken away. So that's not something that we saw in the last game. Maybe that's something to do with... oh, there's a hamster on my leg. With the players being switched
Sorry,
out.
what now?
Yes, just put the third hamster on my leg. The other two I showed on stream briefly. This one was asleep, but has now been woken up and is now on my leg. Xinjiao was asleep in the chamber once again, so he's going to be taken away. No.
Not the magma chamber, though.
Oh,
definitely
no,
not the magma
definitely
chamber.
not. God, how many years has it been? 5?
Too many years. Too many years. And speaking of too many things, maybe the team's been given too many bans this time. They had 3 last time. They're getting to take away 5 this time.
Ooh, there we go. Some strategic drafting might be coming out then. So, Aurelian Sol, Swifty's on the enemy team, so it's no surprise for that to be banned away. And, of course, you've got a bully Ruben take away his Poppy. So, Trundle, again, might be a potential pick that we'll see. Graves taken away as well, so Kane's still there. Warwick not banned out though this time, so that could be something that we see Mexi have a go at.
We're looking at the more standard style of pick ban going on. So now we're going to see the first 3 picks for each of the teams before they get to ban away. 2 more champions each. We're going to see Lee Sin locked in for Daddy D5. And with a couple of junglers already taken off the table, this is an interesting lock-in of the Blind Monk for Daddy D5, who's captaining this team.
Yeah, the blind.
Well, we've made him the captain, really.
Yeah, he's at the top. Both of the junglers are at the top, so they kind of just have to be captains at this point. But the blind pick Blind Monk for Daddy. Hopefully he'll be able to get himself off his feet a little bit better than he did in the previous game on the Jax. A bit more early aggression. But on the subject of aggression, that's the Rengar in return. So a lot of damage from both of these junglers now.
So much damage, and there's going to be a lot of watching what those junglers are able to do, especially in the early game. Will Lee Sin be able to make the plays, or will we see Rengar managing to stack that bone tooth necklace? Someone who will be looking towards, particularly later on in the game, is this Gangplank being locked in, probably for the top lane.
Yeah, likely to be Kieran's pick. He has a few champions that he plays for each role, and if it's not Ornn, it's probably Gangplank in the top lane. But again, Trundle for Ruben. This time not into a tank, so not quite such a dominant matchup. I'm definitely not expecting to see Ruben doubling his opponent's CS at 5 minutes into the game in this one. But still, not a terrible matchup by any means. Again, Swifty though, if this Aurelion Sol is banned, he's most likely to pick his Karthus, and that's the hover here. Again, another possibly dangerous blind pick. We've blind picked the Lee Sin. That was answered by Rengar. We'll see whether they pick the answer for it for the Karthus in mid lane now. Usually see either Assassins played into it, or potentially could just go back to the Victor. It worked out pretty well for Jeevan in the previous game.
It certainly did. If this gets locked in for Jeevan, then I really want to touch on what both he and Ruben are doing. So this Trundle locked in his 2nd game in a row in these trials. If Ruben is comfortable on this Trundle and shows another strong performance, and Jeevan on the Victor does the same, then fair play to them. They've solidified that they can perform well multiple times, but on the same champion. They're not showing any kind of sort of fluidity in terms of their picks and their champion pool right now. Maybe that's a little bit of a detractor for those on the selection process.
Yeah, it's always an issue when you've got people who are really good on certain champions and not so good on others. It's kind of something that haunted the Daddy's Angels, the Salford A team in the previous splits of Newell, as we say. Aurelion Sol was banned in the majority of their games, but in the games where it wasn't, I think they only lost 1 where Swifty was playing Aurelion Sol. So he is really, really good at that champion, but it gets taken away often, so it all depends on what they can fall back on, and that's not really been pushed too much during these tryouts. As you say, Victor and Trundle, both picks we saw in the previous game. Good to see the junglers switching things up a little bit, though. Now the AD carries are getting taken away. I know Nick has been playing a bit of Vayne recently, and Draven is his one true love, so they're both going to be taken away. But 2 AD carry bans now for the side of the Mexi team, so going down the tier list a little bit in the bottom lane, but I'm sure Nick will be capable of playing something else. He is a true Platinum 1 player, not at all a Draven abuser whatsoever. So we'll see what he's going to be pulling out in the bottom lane. Likely to be partnered again by Soraka Anthony, but the Lulu's going to be taken away. So
like,
that is at least something.
Let's touch on that Aurelia being banned away. It feels like both the top lane and the mid lane have already been selected by the side of Team Mexi. So is it unusual to see Aurelia taken away at this stage of the bans?
I would definitely call it unusual. I don't know whether our boy Chucky Thunder or Sammy... Oh, they stole Soraka from him. How could you do this? I've just realized I'm not
ideal for you.
My bad. Push that over. It's okay. He has backups. He plays Pyke occasionally, and if not, he'll be playing Shaco support, because that's something that he does quite often. Occasionally works. Big question mark on the occasionally, but Kai'Sa is the answer for Mr. Nick. But touching a little bit back on the Irelia, unless it would have been an Irelia bottom lane, which they might have possibly been saving, as I know Sammy's in a previous series or seasons has been a jungle player, likes to play things like Jarvan, those sort of aggressive dive-heavy bruisers. But I mean, he showed a really good performance on Tristana, just a traditional AD carry in the previous game, and he's been playing those more and more in solo queue. So I don't really see a reason for the Irelia pick. Maybe it was just a little bit of a brain delay for the side of bans, but Sivir will be the lock-in. So Sivir, Soraka, a little bit less range than you might expect from a bottom lane, but still very, very capable, and the safety of Soraka once again gonna help Sivir through a little bit of that rough early stage. But against a Kai'Sa, that rough early stage is kind of mirrored on both sides. Kai'Sa doesn't have the best early game. The real threat here is the Pyke. And if Anthony is able to get in, find some picks with that, particularly when he gets to level 6, starts roaming towards mid with the death from below, that's going to be something to watch out for.
Unfortunately, Cypher, I don't think he will find picks because Lulu was banned.
Ah, boy. Can we...
So what are you making of these compositions?
Yikes.
They're very, very different to what we saw in the last game. So we still have a Trundle in the game, still got the Victor, but it feels like they're playing into a slightly different style.
Yeah, this one, it's likely to see a lot more aggression out of the junglers. We saw it a little bit from Mexi. He was giving up farm to go for aggressive plays, particularly around the top lane where it was so exploitable because the flash was wasted or so early, or I don't know whether I'd call it wasted. He used it to try and get away. It didn't work. So in a sense, that cooldown was gone one way or the other. So definitely exploitable. So if there's no more shenanigans, maybe they'll be a little bit more on their toes and ready for it this time. I don't expect to see anyone die to an invade at level 1, at least not in the exact same circumstance as it happened in the previous game. So possibly that we might see some more straight up 1v1 duels in the jungle. We might have to see some collapse from the top and mid laners to get involved in that. But I think in that instance, again, you have to give the advantage to the side of Daddies. The early game push for Karthus is likely not going to be any easier to deal with than the early game push of a Twisted Fate. And Trundle in the early stages of the game, before Gangplanks really start scaling up, can get that pushing advantage, particularly if he gets an early Tiamat again. So there is ways that Daddy's team can find these advantages and maybe aggressive plays, shutting down Mexi's aggression. As you say, he wants to stack up that Bone Tooth necklace. If you can stop him from doing that, that cuts a lot of their engage potential. But then again, he has a Sivir on the team, so he's always going to be moving at ridiculous speeds. The Gangplank ult on top of it. There is ways that they can find picks, but to engage a 5v5 team fight might be a little bit too dangerous for a Rengar.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, you talk about denying stacks of a Bone Tooth necklace. How many games do you really see where you don't end up with that Rengar on the 5 stacks by the end of the game? It's going to be very, very difficult to stop Mexi, and if he gets going, could mean a deadly danger for Karthus.
Every solo queue game where the Rengar's on my team.
Oh, on your team, yeah, that's different. That doesn't count.
Yeah. It's not. Neither of these are my team right now, so hopefully we see the other team Karthus, just like the other team Shaco, the other team Lee Sin, all that kind of thing. Other team Yasuo is the big one, but no Yasuo's in this game. There is a Kai'Sa in the bottom lane. I can't say I've seen Nick play Kai'Sa too much.
That's Mr. Nick.
It is. It's Mr. Nick. It's Mr. Nicaria. Mr. Road to 65,000 Nicaria. That's a story for another day. But again. Okay. Draven taken away. Vayne has been his secondary for quite recently, so makes sense to take those away from him, see what he's got further down in the tank and see how well he can perform. Actually, Tristana was still available, but Sammy's opted not to go for it. Went for the Sivir as well. Bit more utility, a little bit more safety as well. Can actually block the death from below with the spell shield if you time it perfectly right, similar with the Requiem from Karthus. So good ways to avoid some of the immense amounts of damage that might be coming out from this side.
You talked there about the death from below. We see that Yumi is going to be on Pyke this game. Saw him on Soraka in the last game. That was a pretty excellent game, but we saw the Raka going down in so many team fights, giving her life to save her team. Feels like that's something Pyke doesn't want to be doing.
Yeah, the difference is Soraka likes to kind of sit back and keep her team alive, whereas Pyke likes to get involved and make the other team less alive. So this time it's going to be Anthony likely to be engaging fights, trying to find picks, get in with that stealth, get in, land the stuns, land the bone skewers, see what he's able to make happen on that side. Because other than that, you have the Lee Sin who can engage a fight. I'm sure Daddy D5 has the mechanics to pull off an insect or two, but you've still got the Trundle Pillar. That's really your only other form of engage on this team. But then again, that's kind of mirrored on the other side, because as we said, Rengar just running at you, maybe a Gangplank ult on the top, is really the only form of engaging a 5v5 for Mexi's team on this one. So 5v5 is going to be a little bit more scattered, no real forms of engage, but we didn't really see that come through too much in the previous game. We had Nautilus, who we touched on as a good form of engage. He never got his feet off the ground, so maybe it might not matter. Maybe things are going to be a little bit more scattered, but this time we've got a couple of teleports, one on Swifty and one on Ruben, and we saw Ruben use his teleport really nicely in the previous game to get himself down and to get the shutdown on Handsome Squiddy. That time he had Sammy's on his team, so now it's going to be him that he's going to be trying to teleport in on and see whether he's able to make any plays happen down there.
So speaking of having players on your team, Daddy has now got Ruben and Yuyumi, who were up against him in the last game. Still going up against Mexi and Sammy's, who managed to take him down in game 1, but Daddy D5 will be looking for a little bit of revenge with his new teammates.
He certainly will. If you can't beat him, join him. That's always the saying. And swap out the AD carry in mid as well, just for good measure. So we're gonna have to see the. Actually, I got the bug again. Unable to download spectator data.
I'm a couple of seconds away from finding out whether I get the bug again, and I'm willing to put money on. Oh, that's a weird noise that I'm getting from my laptop.
Yikes! Laptop casting vomit.
If I didn't have to, then I wouldn't.
Yes, yep. I will take this opportunity to say hello to Shift My S5 in chat, because why not? Nothing better to do.
Shift My S5.
Bird, sorry, you don't get a shout out. My bad. You haven't earned one.
Oh, okay. Here we go. That is.
I'm in the game.
I am completely kicked from everything. Apparently, I am being taken back to the league lobby.
All right, that's what I like to see.
Let's see if I can spectate your spectate.
I'm sure you'll be able to.
Fortunately, it's not been made a private game, so I can indeed do that. I'm just reloading now. Apologies for the delay.
It's okay, don't worry. You'll get used to this. This will happen literally every game in Newell. Which is why we do the counterfeit strategy of pausing up, waiting for everyone to get in and get synced, and go from there.
So, we were talking earlier about how Nautilus became something of a non-factor in the last game against Trundle. In this game, we're going to see Gangplank in the top lane up against the Trundle, and it's very much so a different matchup, and with no massive tanky beast for the Trundles to subjugate. How do you think this one's going to play out?
Again, it's definitely not as much of a Trundle-favoured matchup, but in the very early stages of the game, before Kieran gets a few levels in his barrels, particularly with a little bit of attention from Lee Sin towards the top side. Maybe Ruben takes an early level in the pillar, it can catch Kieran off. You can't really use remove Scurvy for trying to walk through a wall in front of you, so he doesn't really have a very good way of avoiding that gank like you usually might have as a Gangplank of cleansing the CC. So if there is a way that they can early remove the flash from the top lane in the early stages of the game, could potentially be dangerous if Daddy on the Lee Sin is able to get himself up there. But he has the Dark Harvest, so that tells me, so does Rengar, but that tells me that they're looking to farm up a little bit, get a little bit more scaling towards them before they really start making these aggressive plays.
Ready, start, and paused at exactly 20 seconds.
Alright, I will catch up to you any second. Right about now. So just to make sure we're perfectly synced, Nick is almost at the rock in his base for me. On Kaiser.
Yes, he's the three of them are in a perfect line, and he's at the lead of it.
All right, then we are good to go. So give a 3, 2, 1, a begin.
Alrighty, game is starting up, and this time we're not going to see the 5-man push straight away, but it does look the teams might encounter themselves each other in the river very shortly.
Yeah, playing a little bit more defensive on this one. Maybe they might go for a little bit of aggression, but he's keeping his eye on it.
It is indeed.
There
no
is
ward there,
going down, but they've spotted each other. The ward goes down, and that'll be the end of that. Kieran, though.
Yeah, Swifty's going to put a little bit of damage there onto Crank, and Ruben is in the vicinity as well, so he's got to be careful.
Could have been sandwiched there if Ruben came down a little bit earlier. Might have been a good way to force the flash out of him, but nope, decides not to. And I've got that annoying thing where if you change the time, it completely resets all of your scoreboard arrangements. So fix that up real quick. And we're back to where we should be. So a little bit of health traded back and forth. Actually, Mexi jumps on the blast cone to get himself a free stack of his passive. That's an interesting little Rengar tactic there for you.
That's a really nice little bit of innovation. That's showing you know your champion inside out.
Beautiful. So Doran shield for Kai'Sa in the bottom lane. I don't really expect him to be getting poked out too much, although the ricochets coming through will tag him if he's standing a little bit too close to his own minion wave, so could make sense. And Pyke actually not gone for the relic shield, so doesn't have the sustain, but Mexi,
he's going for the early invade. He's using the smite to get a little bit of health back from this blue buff. Daddy D5 opposite the same thing, leaves himself with more health. We're going to see Ruben with the collapse. Mexi flashes away, immediately gets flash chomped by Ruben. It's going to be first blood going over to the Trundle.
This time it's not Mexi making the gank in the top lane, it's Mexi getting ganked by the top lane. The guy who was on his team in the previous one, Ruben, comes down. That early aggression that we said might be coming out from these junglers does come out and is punished, as Daddy able to get the better of him in that little 1v1, keep him there long enough for Ruben to make his way down, finish him off with the flash. And now, we saw what happened when Ruben got ahead on Trundle in the previous game. Again, still a little bit of a better matchup. Kieran will be able to hold his own, at least in that lane, once he's got a couple of items, but that is a big chunk of gold that's now gone over to the Trundle. Gonna help him out getting that Tiamat early on, getting that pushing advantage into the gangplank. And we saw when he had the pushing advantages, he made really good use of the teleport in the previous game. Could be seeing a repeat of that in this one.
There's a lot of trades of damage across the map. There's not a single lane without at least one player down below the 75% health mark. And right now, Ruben doing his best. And he's got Daddy D5 for company as well. Krant might have to burn his flash or might just go down here. Krant just desperately trying to get himself to safety. Flashes to a very unusual position. Desperately trying to get the kill to Ruben. It's going to be Daddy D5 trying to take him down. It's so close, but in the end, that is going to be the execute damage coming in. Daddy D5 gets himself a kill to go along with his assist. And things looking good for the top and jungle of Team Daddy D5.
Yeah, just a little bit too far out of position with that massive minion wave. He was playing really well, actually, around the minion wave. There was so much damage that was taken from Ruben and Daddy in that one in the attempt to finish off Kieran, but he is able to land the Sonic wave through the minion wave just to finish off the kill. Could have potentially been dangerous if there was a couple of extra seconds there, that big minion wave dealing damage to the Lee Sin, but it will be a second kill picked up for this top and jungle duo for Daddy's side. A much, much better start to the game. And we touched on it earlier, what is one way to get rid of Gangplank? If he can't flash over your wall, he can't orange through your wall. Could be dangerous to see more repeated attempts towards the top side, as Daddy is still hovering around that top side of the jungle.
What did you make of Crank's decision there to sort of flash forward, look for the kill onto Ruben, who he knew was flashless, rather than maybe using that flash in an attempt to escape?
Yeah, I like the idea of...
Did he have an option?
Going for the outplay. I think it was a little bit too far gone at that point. Daddy still has his flash available, so if he tries to flash backwards, he would just get followed and caught. But Sammy's...
Yes, speaking of getting caught, Mr. Nick so low, he has to burn the flash and the heal. Yumi follows him back below the turret. Meanwhile, the pillar is going to slow Crank down. We know he's not got that flash
Daddy's
available.
on his
He's
way.
Use the orange to cleanse the slow, but Daddy manages to land that Sonic Strike, gets such massive damage down. Daddy D5 picks up a second kill onto Crank in 2 minutes.
It looked as though he had the juke. Did the little side step back the way he came, but just got tagged by the edge of the Q there from Lee Sin, and it's enough to get him in range. And now that's 2 kills picked up for Daddy. Much, much better start to the game. He's already, let's take a little peek, already about 500 gold up on his counterpart. Just 5 gold, just dead 5 above his top laner, so technically the most gold in the game. But again, both of them now have the Tiamats. They can farm up so much more effectively, push those waves so much more effectively, and keep that gangplank down for as long as they possibly can. He's burned his teleport to get back into the lane, so won't lose too much of this minion wave. It wasn't actually pushed in, and we have a pause. But Daddy, after they made that gank attempt attempt in the top side. They didn't push in the minion wave to really punish Kieran. It was a cannon wave as well, so if he'd lost that, that's so much more punishing than just dying and just having to teleport straight back in. So would have liked to see him stick around, push that wave in and really force that advantage for Ruben in the top lane. But as it stands, Daddy got himself the kill. They've both got the Tiamat, and now they can really start pushing on that side of the map. In the bottom lane, things not going too terribly for either team. We did see Nick lose both of his summoner spells as he got caught out a little bit by a bushwhack from Chalky Thunder and Sammy's. But Sammy's did flash forward to try and finish off the kill there, so a little bit less safety again. We've seen what happens when AD carries flash aggressively. They can get punished for it by aggressive supports, particularly one like Pyke. So we'll see if anything more comes from that one.
Indeed we will. We've got this pause. We're just waiting for one of the players to get his internet all sorted out. While we do, we get that little opportunity to have a little look. We talked already about the double Tiamats coming in for top and jungle for Team Daddy D5. On the other side of the map, there's no Tiamat completed for anybody, and quite unsurprisingly, considering the champions on the pitch. But we're going to see Gangplank pick himself a couple of crystals to go with his sword.
Yeah, I think that's Kieran's trademarked Rod of Ages Gangplank coming. No, it's going for the Trinity Force. He's just got components though. It's so rough to be in this spot where your opponent is already, it's just under 6 minutes into the game. He's got that first little item spike, and particularly with Trundle. With the auto attack reset he already has, having a Tiamat in there, he can basically hit you 3 times in a very, very quick succession with the active that he gets from the Tiamat, whereas you are sitting on very little in terms of combat stats. You have no passives that come from your items as of yet, so it's going to take Kieran a good chunk of time to get himself back into a stage where he can 1v1 Ruben in this lane. But he's doing okay. He's getting some of those silver serpents in. He's sitting on about 50. He's going to need a good chunk more than that to get his ultimate upgrades before Gangplank can really start having impact cross map and in these team fights. But let's take a little quick look in the mid lane for the time being while we've got this time. So again, Jeevan is losing out a little bit in the minion kill war. We expected this to happen. Karthus and Twisted Fate can both push in a victor very early on, quite heavily, and it's kind of punishing him a little bit. Looks as though Swifty has about a 12 or 13 minion kill lead, might be going towards the Rod of Ages, but just has a blasting wand for the time being. So raw damage coming out from the Karthus in mid. Yeah,
definitely disadvantages for Jeevan early, but he showed in the last game how safe he could play, how well he could push advantages in the later game as Victor got stronger and stronger with his Chaos Storm raining down damage. Meanwhile, it does look like Sammy's is having a rough old time trying to reconnect to this game.
Yeah, a quick little tidbit of information that might be relevant. A good chunk of the university, what do you call them? Halls, I guess, at Salford at the minute. People don't have their internet in them at the minute, so a lot of these players play games using a 4G hotspot on their phone, which, as you can imagine, causes endless amounts of issues. So hopefully we'll be getting that fixed as soon as we possibly can to avoid situations like this. I'm not sure whether Sam is one of them, but I think he is, because there was similar issues in the Counter-Strike trials, for which he also tried. You can find the VOD of that on our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Salford Esports, as I'm sure you're aware if you're hearing this, because you're already on it. And, yeah, I've been informed to plug up the Twitch student, the Twitch Prime, pretend Ollie Shouts impression, Twitch Prime, by the way, that kind of good stuff. Thanks for the confirmation, Oscar. Yes, they play on hotspots, but we're back in the game.
Well, here we go, and we're straight back to seeing Trundle just having the time of his life, chomping on minions, using that Tiamat, and making Krant's life hell.
Let's take a couple of parlays for it. I actually thought he was going to get a little too far forward and take a tower shot, but actually losing out a little bit on that trade. He's just trying to just farm the minions up, ignoring the Gangplank, and it's not going so well for him as Kieran is finding good chunks of damage. And now look, he's going to have to play quite far back. There's no junglers on either side of the map towards him. So Ruben actually having to use all of his corrupting potion stacks just to stay in this lane. He does have teleport, but I suspect he's going to want to keep that for a play that might be happening around the bottom lane as both junglers are making their way down there now.
Yeah, and something else that might be able to be part of this play is the Cannon Barrage, because Krant has just hit level 6, so he will be able to impact despite not having the teleport available.
Asus. There we go. I have to say Asus as well. Sorry. Sorry, I missed one. Sorry, Asus. Much love. Mountain Drake will be the first this time. It's not quite as good in the early stages of the game as an Ocean Drake. Unless you're playing a champion that can hit these towers pretty much for free from long range, but there we go. This time, Kieran just able to waddle himself away from that pillar. No follow-up really going to come through. No jungler towards the top side. But
Ruben very much acting like there was a jungler top side and managed to get Krant to safety, but it was all a bluff. All a bluff.
Yeah, he goes and drops his ward. Just gonna think, ooh boy, just in case. Maybe next time. So a little bit more safety now for Kieran. Good to see him actually using his cranium.
Yumi manages to land the stun, but goes down immediately afterwards. It's going to be Sivir with the damage. We have seen the killer instinct used by Mr. Nick. He manages to take down Chucky Thunder on the Soraka. Now it's going to be Lee Sin, Karthus, and also the Kai'Sa trying to get the damage down onto Sammy's. Here comes the Requiem. There goes the Sivir. Meanwhile, Cranked versus Ruben. Part 3 is taking place in the top lane. The Subjugate was used, and it is indeed not going to be a kill this time, but the flash burn from Ruben, not by Krant this time. And look at the fights continuing across the map. Chaos Storm is being put down. Swifty with no flash to be able to get out of... Actually, he did have a flash. He did get out of that one. I take it all back. Swifty's a god.
Yeah, those lay wastes were really putting down the damage, but... Oh, Ruben's now in a tough spot.
There we go. That's your first stack of the Bone Tooth Necklace. Rengar is in the game.
Immediately just deleted there. Fights all across the map. This is what we mean when things get a little bit fiesta-y, because everyone wants their moment in the spotlight. Everyone wants to prove they're here in this tryout. They're going to get the team. They deserve the spot. Nick rushing forwards with the killer instinct to finish off Soraka's. What is it with Soraka's just getting traded out constantly in these games we've seen? A first death for Chucky Thunder. Anthony is not impressed that his Soraka is on the other team. Was taken away from him. Didn't actually get the kill credit for it, but was able to drop the kill with the Ignite. Did manage to find it in the bottom lane. A little bit of trading backwards and forwards. Daddy D5 went for it under the tower. Wasn't quite level 6, so couldn't find the execute on Sammy's, but the Requiem was enough. This raw damage that we've seen being built from Karthus from the Blasting Wand gave it just that little bit of extra punch for him to finish off that kill in the bottom lane, and subsequently helped out across the map as well, but Ruben still did get taken down. A nice roam from Mexi with the Thrill of the Hunt to get himself in. I liked the style points. He used the ultimate to jump into the bush and then immediately jumped straight back out to finish off the kill.
Yeah, and that's one of the few plus sides that are going on to Team Mexi at the moment, and it's going to be Daddy D5 managing to kick away Mexi, then getting flashed on top of the flash, the leap. Mexi gets a second stack of that Bone Tooth Necklace, and now we're going to see Chucky Thunder having to flash away. Killer Instinct used by Mr. Nick, trying to get the damage down to Soraka, but look at the healing coming through from that wish. Meanwhile, Yumi is sort of running around in circles right now. We're not seeing the Pike doing anything, but Mr. Nick certainly is. Kai'Sa picking up another kill onto Soraka. That's a 2-0-1 Kai'Sa with a BF sword. Now look at Swifty running for his life from the Victor and from Rengar. Meanwhile, though, look at Mr. Nick and Yumi dominating this bot lane now.
Yeah, again, really nicely timed on that aggression. Chucky Thunder was in a bad spot, and now who's in a bad spot?
Let's see if Mexi can get his third stack. He dives straight in. Mr. Nick takes a heap of damage, but the stun lands. Mr. Nick gets himself to safety, and Sivir back to farming once more.
Okay, they caught Soraka in a little bit of a bad position, managed to land the Bone Skewer and the stun onto her as well, but she kept herself alive really well. She has the barrier, and with the wish, just so much bonus health that they had to try and burn through. She's back again. Round number 3.
Pike doesn't want this fight to end, and he's managing to walk away. Look at the Requiem coming down. The death from above rains in. It's going to be the Kai'Sa who actually gets the kill, despite all of the ultimates being burned by every other carry in the game. That is 3-0-1 on the Kai'Sa, and that is a terrifying prospect if you are Team Mexi right now.
We've not seen the Cannon Barrage used, so it could be dropped here in this 1v1.
It's exactly what is going to happen. The Subjugate uses the Cannon Barrage, follows it up. The flash comes out from Krant, and he manages to get the kill on Ruben, who did not have the flash to follow and chomp. And Krant gets himself his first kill. He's got the Phage, he's got the Sheen, he's getting so close to that Triforce.
Yeah, slowed down enough by the Cannon Barrage that he's able to get the distance between himself and Ruben on Trundle to flash away, and with that Phage proc, the parlay is enough. And actually, despite the fact that he had such a rough early game that he died twice in this lane, he still has a 20 minion kill lead over Ruben on Trundle this time. And really just that little bit of over-aggression from Rumble towards the top side, where he was trying to just ignore Kieran on Gangplank and farm up the wave with the Tiamat. It really cost him, because he had to fall back in that lane, take a more passive approach, and now he's lost the 1v1 fight. He's losing his edge in this lane, and he might need a return visit from Daddy D5 to really put his foot down, but he's playing around bottom side.
He is indeed. We're going to see the damage being put down onto Sammy. He uses Spell Shield just a little bit too late, but does use his fancy footwork to get away. Now we're seeing on the Thrill of the Hunters, both Siva and also Mexi on Rengar going to channel both of those ultimates, using them in conjunction, but the teleport coming down from Cranked is going to be enough to scare Team Mexi off.
Yeah, that's just going to call for the disengage. It was Swifty and Kieran, actually, not even both top laners. So still 4 versus 5 on the bottom side of the map in favor of the red team now, as Ruben is pushing into the top lane, getting a little bit of pressure down on that turret, but he can't join in if there was a fight to break out. He has no teleport, but it looks as though everyone's just going to reset. Kieran's making his way back towards the top lane, so all in all, just a couple of wasted teleports that didn't achieve much other than just the re-engage. But again, Kieran can still get involved in these bottom lane fights with the Cannon Barrage. Similar story for Karthus with the Requiem. So we're just going to have to take a little bit of a breather now, as we might have a little bit of a lull in the action, but Daddy's making his way back towards the top.
Yeah, Daddy D5 says no breatherino for you. He's going to meet Mexi in the bush. The damage going quite significantly in favor of Team Daddy, and Ruben X is there to help slap down onto Mexi, getting this kill. I was just about to say how Cranked was looking better now he had that Triforce completed, and just like that, his opposition top laner gets another kill onto his jungler.
Yeah, nicely played from Daddy to be in the right place at the right time, as Mexi was looking to really put the nail in the Ruben coffin, but not going to be the case, and actually gets his buff taken away from him. Good roam there as well from Yumi, as he was looking for Jeevan in the mid lane, but he forces the flash out. Doesn't have cleanse this time, so has to preemptively get himself out of that stun. Can't just tank in and waddle away like he did in the previous game. So keeps himself safe once again. That's kind of a theme that we've seen from him in these past couple of games. He absorbs pressure quite well, but the pressure he's been taking in lane has really been starting to show now. He's got himself about a 30 minion kill deficit, and it's the Rod of Ages now completed on Karthus, stacking that up. No item yet completed.
Daddy D5 not content with stealing away the red buff from Mexi, comes along, doesn't manage to take the blue, but is looking to get the buff transfer by getting the execute damage. It's actually going to be Yumi who gets the buff, because he uses the Deferent buff, manages to get the kill onto Rengar. Sammy is taking a lot of damage from the Kalista, but now across steps Jeevan, throws down the Chaos Storm, manages to put a bit of damage down, but Yumi is now the only one in that whirling storm of damage that is the Chaos Storm. Jeevan now without mana, getting caught out, getting taken down by the Deferent below. It's going to be Yumi now on a killing spree, 3-0 and 3 on this support. The Requiem pops down. Karthus gets the kill onto Raka. See you later, Chucky Thunder. Thanks for coming.
Well, at the very least, Sammy's had to burn both summoner spells for it, but he was able to finish off the kill on Kai'Sa, which is just a consolation prize at this point, as the majority of his team gets taken down. Mexi is now back up and on the Rift, but Chalky Thunder and Jeevan not so lucky. They're going to be looking at the color scale desaturated version of the game for a couple more seconds in that fight, as Mr. Nick, I don't know how he was quite able to survive as long as he did in that fight. It looked as though he was about to get deleted, but Jeevan didn't quite have the mana to finish off the kill. He dropped the Chaos Storm. Nick managed to get far enough out of range that it wasn't able to hit him, and actually managed to tag.
So I was just going to say that Crank managed to steal a blue buff, but yet again, blue buffs do not last long in this game, because that is going to be the blue buff going over to Trundle, as that is going to be a chomp down. Fortunately, Mexi did manage to get the kill onto Daddy D5, so we've traded a 1-for-1, and Mexi, he's looking for maybe another blue buff reset, but I don't think he can jump back into that Trundle right now.
Just fights back and forth all across the map, one way or the other, and here's another one as Anthony's coming in again.
Yumi looking
we
for the
missed.
stun, not managing to get it. The flash fail, unfortunately. Jeevan's still in a lot of trouble, though. There's the nice damage coming in from the Karthus. That's a 3-0-2 Karthus with a 4-stacked Rod of Ages. Mr. Nick doing his best to survive here under turret, just about managing it.
Yeah, that's the downside of having a support that roams around and picks up kills for your team. It leaves your AD carry in a 1 versus 2. Sammy's and Chalky Thunder are trying to push that advantage as best they can to take down this first tower of the game. It's a very late timer on it. It's almost 17 minutes into the game that it gets taken down. And looking at the red team's top lane tower, it wouldn't have been too much longer if Ruben was left up there alone. He could have taken that down. It's actually answered very quickly by the mid lane turret from Karthus. So roaming around, working out in favor a little bit of the blue team. And actually that's a cannon barrage dropped. I'm not entirely sure where that went. That was in mid. They were looking for a pick on Swifty, but he's able to get himself out cleanly. Didn't even have to burn the flash.
Yeah, Sammy's used on the hunt as well, just trying to get in towards that Karthus, but it was too little too late. Meanwhile, we saw Lee Sin clearing out a little bit of vision around the Mountain Dragon, but no one touching the dragons. Someone who is getting touched rather heavily is Jeevan. That's unfortunate, Jeevan. Right now, you are looking like you might not quite drop down to the Requiem, but Soraka not so lucky. That's a 4th death, and now the death from below arrives. Victor drops down. Kill credit goes to Karthus as well, who gets even more gold in the bag. And wow, this is looking great for the side of Team Daddy, who are 15-6 with their kill lead. They've got themselves 4,000 gold up on the side of Team Mexi, and yet again the trades coming in as Ruben and Kran go to war once more. The battle of the top laners. Both of these players really want into the teams here at Salford. This time, no kills, but my word, it has been fantastic action up in the top lane, and it's
Kieran,
not over yet.
You're not out of the woods yet, buddy.
Here comes Daddy. D5 doesn't manage to land the Sonic Strike. Yumi doesn't manage to get the stun, and Crank is surviving for now. How long will that last? Does he flashes away? His turret is low, but he's even lower. There's the grey screen. That's Swifty on a rampage. 404 Karthus, 147 CS against 93 of Victor, and Karthus says, "This is my game."
I've been really impressed by Yumi's placements of the ultimates on Pyke this game. He's picked up a lot of resets. Can he get some more here? No, because he doesn't have the cooldown.
Yeah, Sammy's almost managing to turn that fight in favor for Mexi. Swifty, who teleported and flashed in, found himself in all sorts of trouble.
Just going to be disengaged. That's not something that we can often say in these games. There's usually, if there's a fight, everyone just gets drawn into them deeper and deeper, but this time they're going to take the smarter approach, just back themselves away. They know they've got the man disadvantage as Kieran was just taken. He has teleport still available and cannon barrage, but oh, Mexi!
Oh, the harpoon lands, and yet again we're going to see the supports taking on each other in support or combat. Rengar goes down to the Pyke, and Lee Sin is going to pick up a kill onto Raka. Raka did manage to take down Pyke at the beginning of that fight, but it does look like Jeevan is going to get caught out. Chaos Storm is not going to help things at all, and Ruben's just going to run away from Crank despite the cannon barrage. No more kills going over to Team Mexi.
Oh, I thought that pillar was placed in the perfectly incorrect position where it would have blocked Ruben from getting through and let Jeevan escape, but no, not to be the case. They are able to chase him down. Ruben, I was going to touch on this a little bit in the 1v1 with Gangplank in the top lane, but just didn't get a chance because there was fights all over the place. But he's actually gone for the Randuin's Omen as his first completed item, so against the heavy crit focused champion in the top lane of Gangplank, that's a nice little pickup, but it's also useful in just finding picks across the map because you have that heavy AoE slow with the pillar that you can get from range that gets you close enough to land another heavy AoE slow with your Randuins just to make Trundle that much more annoying to go up against. It's worked out to pick them up a couple of picks, as we say, 19 kills to 7, and it will be the Mountain Drake picked up for his team, so a little bit more damage onto these towers. One outer tower remaining now for the red team, and that's going to be collapsed on by Daddy and Co in the bottom lane.
So one thing to say there for Ruben on this Trundle, taking that random zone, he's showing a real good knowledge of the game, good flexibility in terms of what he can do on this champion. Yes, he might not be showing an expanded champion pool by playing 2 games of Trundle in a row, but he's showing he knows what he's doing. And right now, he's finding himself in a 2 versus 1. His turret has gone down. That's not going to be helping him out at all, but the Karthus ultimate just might. And if he can get enough damage onto Krant, the flash, the chomp, he might just be able to pick up a kill, but no, instead it's going to be Mexi who gets the shutdown gold onto that Trundle, 450 total kill reward, and that was very, very nicely played by the Rengar. So close from Ruben, though.
Yeah, too much move speed from the Trinity Force, keeping Kieran. That was a nice try. I think Gangplank was recalling just in that spot, so half a second earlier, that would have been a kill, I do believe, but nope, gets himself out in the nick of time, and that's going to put another little bit of a time window where Anthony can't get these death from belows that we were trying to say earlier that he's been placing really well and finding good timings, even from long range, and he's been using them to good effect in these team fights. So for the next one, that won't be available. It is quite a short cooldown. It's almost a third of the way done, but if they're able to find a fight in the coming minute or so, then potentially that could be something that can swing the fight in their favor as well. But something that isn't quite in their favor, that's a Rabadon's Deathcap second item on Karthus. That is a lot of damage.
Certainly is, Sargon. As we hit the 22-minute mark and see the 5,000 gold lead that the side of Team Daddy has got, just how much of a timer do they... sorry, just a moment. How much of a time do they find themselves on? You've got this Gangplank who's scaling up and getting stronger and stronger. Sivir with the ricochets is going to be dealing so much damage very shortly. Is there a danger that if the side of Team Daddy don't do something soon to win this game, they might not find themselves in a position to be able to?
I don't think there's any shortage of damage on their side either in the scaling department either. You've got Kai'Sa who's on 2 items now, has the Guinsoo's, has the Stormrazor, could potentially be going for that Nash's Tooth as a 3rd item. It's something that we often see from Kai'Sa just to get those triple transformation or evolves on her ult, but Rengar's looking for something off the side. Stealth champion of their own to go against the Pyke on the opposite team, but he's gonna think twice about going in a 5-man stack, or 4-man stack rather.
Yep, and at the minute it's just Trundle split pushing for days up in the top lane, having the best time of things. He's managed to get a little bit of the CS disadvantage. He's reduced it very, very slightly, but Gangplank's still having the better of the time there.
Yeah, and you know who hasn't reduced it very slightly? That would be Jeevan's Victor in the mid lane. He's down almost 100 CS, and Ruben now.
Oh, we've seen this story before. This time it's Mexi who's caught under turret, and the cannon barrage is not even slightly enough to dissuade Lee Sin, Pyke, and Trundle from picking up this kill onto Mexi.
Yeah, just tried to defend the tower, but there's just no support there, no backup for him. The cannon barrage came through, but that's not even close to enough to stop this huge man-meat of a Trundle from diving you again.
Here comes the Dustblade Pyke looking to help his team get the kill onto Jeevan. The Chaos Storm has been thrown down. We're going to see the kick forcing Chucky Thunder further away. Daddy might be in a little bit of danger, but safeguards to award. Meanwhile, Jeevan also went down, and it's going to be more and more turrets falling. So Sivir does manage to take a turret in the mid lane for Team Mexi, but at the moment, every other advantage is going to Team Daddy.
Oh man, I was a little worried for Daddy D5. That was a little bit of a Daddy B5 play right there. Actually, Soraka has the barrier available, so maybe could have kept herself alive, but in the end, she will be taken down. Daddy does have to flash to get himself out of that, so a little bit less potential for insecking, but he hasn't even needed to do that throughout this game. His team is just finding these little 3v1 fights because people keep walking into them. They're trying to defend these towers, but against a Trundle who, as we said, has the long-range catch potential with the pillar, and when he gets close, he has even more slows. He has the Dead Man's Plate now, so he's coming at you fast and slows you down with the Randuin's Omen. When he's got some backup, there's just no way out of that situation for you, but they keep trying to get themselves into these situations, and going in one at a time is not the way to go about it. If they want to defend towers, they need to group up, get there preemptively, and do it as a team. Sivir's not there. She's at this point the majority of the wave clear with Jeevan on his Victor being this far behind. He's going to struggle to clear out minion waves, so Sammy's needs to be around if they want to defend towers, not split pushing and taking down turrets for themselves in the mid lane. Yeah, it's good to get a little bit of a trade back, so it's not all just negatives and losses across the board, but I don't think that's the time for it to be coming through, as well, they take a tower, but they lose so much for it.
Very valid point, Saga. I take you back to what you're saying about so much damage coming out of the side of Team Daddy. And look at the split of kills. 4 on Trundle, 5 on Lee Sin, 4 on Karthus, 4 on Kaiser,
Everybody,
5
4
on
or
Pike.
5.
Everybody's got kills, everybody's got items, everybody's got damage. And as these fights break out, it is scary, scary times for the side of Team Mexi. We see Ruben going in with the teleport. It's going to be Daddy D5 looking for the big plays. And the first kill is going to come up as Yumi manages to take down both Victor and also Rengar. He's still alive. The Requiem comes down. Sammy's doesn't quite drop down to it. So far it is 2-2. It actually becomes a 3-for-3 as both ADCs pick up the kills onto supports. Sammy's manages to get himself to safety, as does Crank, who wasn't really in the fight to be fair. But Ruben and Nick, they now turn their attention towards an Infernal Dragon. And despite the kill score going level, yet another advantage being picked up for Team Daddy.
Yeah, there is potential for it to be traded for the middle inner turret as Kieran is making his way towards that, but he's going to be collapsed on by Ruben and Nick. And it's interesting that it's actually the exact same roles that died across both teams. Mid, jungle, and support all taken down. It all comes down to Swifty didn't even have to teleport in to find the positioning, just flashed forwards to get into the middle of that team fight. But now Kieran, he's got to jog himself out of there. Good dodge on the Kaiser W, but can't dodge the Randuin's Omen.
Oh. Danger, danger, Dr. Crank, you've been caught out, and it looks like the kill is going to be passed over to Mr. Nick, who secures this one nice and easily throws himself onto 6-1-7 on this Kaiser.
Yeah, just throwing the balance of kills a little bit out of whack, trying to catch up with his support, who has 7, after he got a couple of kills in that previous team fight. Again, the death from belows have just been on point this game. Managed to pick up 2. Would have been 3, but he actually got taken down mid-animation for the 3rd reset. So that one didn't quite come through. I think someone else had to pick up that kill in the back of that fight. But again, just really impressed by Anthony's Pike in this game, showing he's more than just a Soraka one-trick. But that being said, Soraka did a really good job at keeping her team alive through that one. As we said, Swifty on the Karthus flashed forward into that horrible choke point around the blue buff entrance on the red side jungle. And with that Defile, huge area of effect damage, we've said this Karthus build is just raw damage and pretty much nothing else. And on the subject of damage...
Oh, and the subject of damage, just look at Daddy D5, completely obliterates the Rengar. And for anyone out there who has had a bad time against Rengars in solo queue, and let's be honest, at some point or another, that has been all of us. That was a lovely moment as Daddy D5 got revenge on behalf of us all, taking down his opposition jungler, the opposition captain as we're calling them for these teams. And Daddy D5 is now 6-3-15 on this Lee Sin. And can I just give a shout out, as much as you were there, to Swifty, because he's finally realised how to play Karthus correctly. You need to die in fights so you can use your passive.
Yeah, congratulations. The old Cogmore strategy of just suiciding in team fights to get that extra little bit of damage down.
Gotta get your cake and surprise.
It's such a weird champion to play against. Most champions, you kill them, that's it. You can forget about them. But Karthus, particularly when he can get himself into that choke point like he did, he manages to just still pump out damage. The Requiem was able to put down a big chunk of damage, was enough for them to pick up a couple kills.
We've got ourselves a 4v4, but it's turned into 4v3 because Chalky Thunder, courtesy of a little help from the Chaos Storm, has managed to pick up a kill, and now the 5th stack is there on the Bone Tooth Necklace as Rengar takes down Karthus. Meanwhile, Gangplank and Lee Sin duking it down in the bot lane. The push onto the inhibitor turret has failed from the side of Team Daddy, and Crank is trying to make it succeed for Team Mexi. He's finding himself in a tough old battle, though, as Daddy D5 has got damage for days, as we see the Sterix is going to pop, and Crank is going to be able to get himself to safety. But the Sonic Strike lands. The golden Daddy D5 is just going to let Crank ward away. The flash, the Sonic Strike, it's going to be a kill, but who to? The answer is Cranked, and the Baron has been started up by Team Mexi.
No, he auto-attacks the barrel instead of Kieran. That would have been the kill, but it's enough. It gets it down to the last tick, and just the explosion damage, and the damage over time is enough to take him down. And fortunately, the silver lining of that is that Mexi is not tanky enough to tank his way through the Baron, but oh, can he tank through this?
Oh, that beautiful damage coming out of Karthus. The Requiem gets the kill. We're going to see Gangplank stay just a little bit too long to try and take down the inhibitor. Goes down to the Trundle as well. And now the pings for Baron are coming out of Team Daddy.
Oh, it's just all over the place on this one. That 1v1 fight from Daddy and Kieran was so close in the bottom lane, came down to the most minor of misplays from Daddy, who auto-attacked, must have been using an attack move as he hit the barrel instead of the Gangplank, and costs him his life. But Ruben is there to clean up the pieces and actually keeps his inhibitor turret alive as well. And he makes his way over towards the top side. Top and jungle are both dead for the red team, so no chance of a steal coming out on this Baron. And that's going to be a huge pickup. It gets a massive buff to their siege potential. And well, we've seen that they can pretty much just ignore towers and dive you. And when all of their minions are buffed up as well, it's kind of a terrifying threat now, this blue team siege ball comp.
Both of the teams, as we've hit the 30-minute mark, decided that they want to put pressure on towards the inhibitor turret. Neither of those inhibs went down. Both teams gave up kills, but most crucially, as you say, Daddy's team has now got themselves that Baron buff. Just what can they look to do with the big purple worm?
So the only outer tower that is not in the base whatsoever on the map for the red team is in the bottom side. So you can see them all collapsing towards that side. Ruben's already starting to get the push on that one. I might expect to see him actually go towards the top side of the map and get a split push going. His teleport will be up in about 20 seconds or so. And Kieran, no slouch at clearing out minion waves, just one barrel, and the cannon barrage is enough to get rid of it. But he's going for the tower dive, actually. His team has the backup.
Ruben goes in, he throws down
Swifty's
that
dead.
subjugate, but unfortunately this leaves his mid laner completely isolated. Crank manages to get to safety, and in an interesting little turn of events, we do see Team Mexi managing to get themselves a small advantage. Unfortunately, they are now finding their inhibitor turret beyond under siege. It is wrecked to pieces. Inhibitor follows suit, and even though the push continues in the mid lane, this is a definite loss for the side of Team Daddy. Team Mexi.
I was halfway expecting a little base race to come out, but the minion wave was dead. They found the kill on Swifty, but he was able to clean up the minion wave before he went down, so no chance at all that they could push onto that inhibitor. As we said, if Mexi's not tanky enough to tank a Baron, even with the Soraka close to him, can't tank up an inhibitor tower, actually has to flash away as the threat of Daddy from landing that Dragon's range is too much, and that will be another Mountain Drake now for the side of Daddy. Again, completely uncontested.
Completely. That's 2 Mountain Drakes and an Infernal. The damage which they will put down onto neutral objectives is only eclipsed by the damage they will put down onto champions from this full damage squad.
Are we going to see a Morellonomicon making its way out from Swifty as well? So countering some of that healing that's coming through from Soraka. No one else actually has Grievous Wounds as of yet other than the Ignite from Pyke. So no Executioner's Calling, no Thornmail as of yet, but Daddy takes a big chunk of damage, and we have a Ruben leaving the game, so another pause. Add that one to the collection.
We certainly will. Ruben finding the DC just as he's found quite a lot of pressure here in the top lane. He's built considerably more defensively than perhaps you'd expect out of the Trundle. Certainly different to his last game's build, but it has been very, very successful. He is, however, considerably down on CS against the Gangplank.
Yeah, I mean, Gangplank, he's one of those champions that you can hold him down for a certain amount of time, but once you hit a couple of items, once you hit that sort of 25-minute mark, he's just going to become a little bit of a monster. You can't really stop him from clearing waves. You saw the Baron buff wave. It was huge in the bottom lane. Just one barrel drops the ultimate on it, and that wave is completely gone. And that should really have nullified the push, but the rest of his team just collapsed onto finding that pick on Swifty in the mid lane, and then hung around in the mid lane for a little bit too long. They didn't have a minion wave. They couldn't have pushed. That should have maybe find the pick and then immediately go back, or just give up on the pick and defend your base instead. You have to commit to one or the other, but they seemed a little bit indecisive on what they actually wanted to do there, and it cost them their inhibitor, and now that's just constant pressure that's going to be pouring in on the bottom side of the map. So Daddy D5's team don't even need to worry about the bottom side of the map. All that vision they've got, all those wards down there, shift those up to the top side and start putting pressure there, because those minions, if they go unchecked, they're going to be knocking on Nexus towers. They're going to be taking down those towers if they've given enough time. And time is something that they definitely have plenty of at this time.
Things definitely looking bleak for Team Mexi, finding themselves 9,000 gold behind. The Baron buff is just about to expire, I believe. However, they have lost an inhibitor. This has been a game of CS differences, Saga. Look at the massive differentials in all the main carry roles. You've got that top lane differential playing in favor of the Gangplank against the Trundle. Victor, meanwhile, finds himself nearly double the CS down of Akarthus, who has almost 300 CS. And then Siva has actually managed to quite significantly eclipse the Kaiser as well with a 50 CS lead.
Yeah, that comes a little bit back into Victor being so far behind. He can't be the one to clear waves because he just doesn't have the damage. He has, it's what, 35 minutes into the game almost? He has his Hex Core and most of a Lich Bane. Compare that to Karthus, where Karthus is at. He's got 3 full items and most of them are Elenomicon. So that's 2 full items that he's down on his counterpart on the other side. And even the Lich Bane just doesn't really give him the raw damage for his death ray to be able to clear those minion waves. So it has to be Sivir. She has to be the one to clear these waves. And without the rapid fire cannon, without the static shiv, she has to get quite close to do it. So it's always a little bit sketchy. One well-placed pillar could be disastrous for Sammy's if he's the one that has to step forward to clear the waves. But so far,
especially in this next minute or so while that flash is still down.
Exactly. But so far he's been doing a good job picking up.
Oops, sorry, I lost you there for a moment.
So far he's been doing well, picking up the majority of the minions, keeping himself well up and even with Mr. Nyx Kaiser in terms of gold. Let's have a quick look at gold values. Both AD carries sitting about 15,000, as is Karthus in the mid lane, but Victor, he's sort of on Soraka levels of gold right now, just barely reaching 8,000 gold. It's really so far away from the ideal situation of where you want to be as a mid laner. But I mean, if he was playing something like, let's say for example Orianna, someone who has really good utility on one of their skills that can turn around a team fight without really the need for damage, it might not be as impactful as it is. But on a champion like Victor, where you really need the items just because you kind of just pump out pure damage, being in this situation is really putting a damper on his team.
I mean, I'll give credit to Jeevan. In the last game we saw him in, he threw down one absolutely incredible gravity field, which pulled together multiple members, just like almost like a shockwave would, especially with the Chaos Storm on top of it. However, so far he's not shown the signs of doing that in this game. And as we approach the game being restarted very shortly, there's one other number on that scoreboard I really want to draw attention to because it is quite spectacular at the 34-minute mark, and that is the vision score of Pyke. At 108, it is almost double out of the Soraka. That Duskblade has been picking up wards on top of the sweeper as well, and right now the vision control is very much in favor of Team Daddy as a result.
Oh man, that's just cheating. You can't get a Duskblade as well. It's 110 vision score now for Pyke.
Phenomenal.
Really good control. 30 minutes into the game, he still has a pink ward in his inventory. He's not even satisfied with that. He wants more. He's so greedy. Pyke is the perfect champion, and ooh, good dodge out on the what's it called? Is it still Starfall? Soraka's Q? Might not matter as Mr. Nick might be getting chased down. He's caught out.
He certainly is. He flashes away, but the flash follow is there. But meanwhile, what's going on in the top lane? The last little bit of the Baron buff is being used to good effect because inhibitor number 2 has dropped. Team Mexi are trying to get a fight on the back of this, and the Death from below does not manage to get a kill. Instead, Gangplank takes down
Requiem.
the Pyke. We see the Victor managing to pick up a kill onto Karthus. That's his first in the game, but he gets taken down immediately after because Daddy follows up the damage from the Requiem with a double kill of his own. Sivir manages to get a kill. There's the Sonic Strike. There's the triple kill. Daddy, D5, and Ruben are probably going to end this game right now. Only Mexi is going to be able to try and stop this. I don't think he's got a hell's chance of this. The first Nexus turret has fallen. Daddy D5 looking for yet another kill to style out the game with the unofficial quadra kill. There it is. The ace. The game goes over to Team Daddy.
Oh man, it was looking so good. It looked like Sammy's was able to survive through the Requiem. He used the spell shield, kept himself just barely healthy enough, but one lay waste from the pre-dead Karthus was all it took. We talked about it. He's a really difficult champion. You have to be cognizant of not only him when he's alive, but where he dies. Because once he's dead, he can just find you with one lay waste, and at this point in the game, when he's as farmed as he is, that's a big chunk of damage to shoot him down, and just kind of one-shotted that Sivir out of the back of the fight. She still had flash and heal available as well, so caught him by surprise. If he'd still been alive, could have potentially been enough. Him and Mexi might have been able to keep the game going, but wasn't to be. Gets caught out by a single lay waste, and the game will be finished off by the top and jungle duo for the Daddy's team, who we saw have such a good start in the early game, finishing off strong as well.
Revenge for Daddy D5. He was on the losing side of our first game of these trials, but he has come back in a big way, out killing everybody else on his team, despite the big numbers coming through for all of these carries. And the damage stats speak volumes. Look at what Carthus did: 34,000 damage to champions.
Yeah, that's not quite double of what Victor had, so we'll at least give props where that's due. He might have got doubled CS, but he didn't get doubled in damage. But just look at the damage from Lee Sin as well, 27,000. That's eclipsing both AD carries in this game as well. Both of these bottom laners. He had a much better game on Lee Sin than he did in his previous game, so that's probably understatement of the century. But Mexi, he had such a rough game. He did find things going in his favor. He was able to find picks, particularly towards the end of the game. Mr. Nick got one shot. He got Renguard, essentially. But again, it's splitting up that decision making that needs to come in sort of a split second. Rengar commits the ultimate, takes out the AD carry, but the rest of his team is fighting at the inhibitor. They all die, and the game is over before he gets a chance to get in and defend. So just little things that it's a case of can I versus should I think is what tends to be the problem. He sees an opportunity to one-shot an AD carry, but he loses so much more for it. It happened a couple of times, but again, I want to give a shout out to Anthony, showing he can play a champion that has more than one mechanic, which is press W on someone occasionally. So really nice placement on those death from belows. Got some solid resets in some of those team fights. Carried his team through a couple of them, maybe what I might say as well, but just really gave his team the room to scale up in those fights to the point where there was just too much deficit on the red team. They just couldn't compete with the damage pumping out, particularly from Karthus in those fights.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. It's really going to give the selection panel plenty to think about as they look to pick the team for the Salford University Null squad going into this season.
So, whether or not we have one more game, I'm awaiting confirmation. I hear they were planning on doing 3. Whether or not that's actually the case, we'll have to wait and see, but I'm sure if they are, the teams will be jiggled around once again, and we'll see what kind of composition we're able to bust out in the next one. So until then, if that happens, we will
guess we will find out.
Yeah, you'll have to stick around to find out. Will we have another game? Will we not? Who knows?
Ooh.
Find out on the next episode.
get it. Let's get it.
Code select. Code select.
Wagwan.
Wagwan.
For them and there. The
Yes, yes,
observant among you may notice we've replaced Greyheart with none other than I!
It's me.
Get it? Ollie, like, Ollie shout, but Ollie but shouted.
Too excited, man. You're too excited. You gotta calm it down.
What are you talking about? It's your name.
It is. It is. All right. So fill me in. How have the games gone so far today? Who's the players to watch?
So far. 1 minute. So far, we've had 2 games. Both of them have been dominated in one way or the other by good performance from junglers.
Okay. Okay. Is
For-
it the same 2 junglers?
Yeah, it has been, and it seems as though it will be for the next game as well.
Okay.
So, Mexi had a pretty disgusting game on Kane. In the first game. Next time, it was Daddy's turn to go off a little bit on Lee Sin. Thank you for yelling at them to get an LCS order. I didn't have the the cojones to do that in the previous games. See, this is why they're all reeing at you in chat. Why would you? No. Okay, so we've got a couple of people who are just sort of filling roles. Sammy's has come in as a sort of flex, as well as Kieran Krandgt. So we have one fresh face in this game. We've got Viper Mist in the lobby. I'm assuming they're gonna stick around and actually play the game. They haven't been in either of the previous 2, so that's a new one. But I can mostly assume, at least for the Team 2, I can tell you that Ruben will be top, Daddy D5 jungle, Swifty mid, Sammy's AD carry, and you me. He's our resident Pepe Frog in the supporting role.
I am gonna say all eyes on Novocaine, right?
Oh yeah, he played in the first game. He did all right, actually. Surprisingly, he had a minion lead, and then he got kind of dumpstered. But he did okay. You know, he played Twisted Fate. He pushed the lane. He used his ultimate once and got a kill with it, and then used it again later on and straight up suicided, which was interesting to watch. But I don't know. Maybe they won't give him Twisted Fate this time, and he'll do something else. So everyone's trying to organize themselves into order for us because they are great guys. Salford students are always on the lookout for one another, got each other's backs, you know. How are things at Kiel?
Well, our sign-ups closed today at 5 p.m.
Okay,
so
that's enough talking about Kiel, because this is a
Cool.
stream.
Cool.
So on the subject of spreadsheets that you said I interrupted you doing spreadsheets, we have some spreadsheets.
Okay.
With our people who've signed up, you know, in-game name, roles. They have preferred champs on it, so you know we have a little insight into what people might pick. The problem is, everyone who signed up has access to that, so they can all read what the other team.
Yeah.
So we've had a lot of a jungle bans coming through. So I think
Draven bans.
Oh yeah, Draven.
Yeah.
Ever since Nick has been involved, he wasn't in the first game. Second game, Draven and Vayne were both banned, so he went down to the Kaiser tier. He did, you know, fairly okay. I can't say he stood out because Sammy's on the other team also had a pretty good game. So they were pretty even in terms of their impact overall on the game from the AD carry role. It was just the rest of his team just sort of demolished the rest of Sammy's team, which is, you know, unfortunate. But
Sammy's
team.
That's a difficult one to say. So who's the highest ranked player, by the way? Out of curiosity.
Definitely not Morgan.
Because I don't trust the ranks that it's showing me here.
Yeah, Mexi's actually plat 1. I think silver something is a flex rank.
Yeah.
We've been calling them Team Mexi and Team Daddy because they're the junglers, and they've usually been at the top of their list. So we've arbitrarily called them captains. We said you're not the highest ranked player, Morgan. Yeah, did we say something wrong? Is that incorrect? Don't revoke my privileges in Discord, please. I beg of thee. Actually, it doesn't matter because
you graduated now, haven't you?
Yeah, I'll just go to a different Discord. It's fine. I'm a grown ass man. So
I'm a big boy now. I don't need Salford.
He's asking if us bananas are ready, so I'm assuming he means either us or the opposition team.
I'm gonna give them a yeet with 2 threes.
Wait a minute. Switch to camera, but I'm not good at this. This is why we have a producer, Oscar, but he decided not to do it today because he's too busy. Let me see if I see him in the Rainbow Six. He's in Rainbow Six Siege chat. What a guy! More hamster. Let me see. Any hamsters awake? No hamsters awake. Sorry, buddy.
Unfortunate. No. Me one hamster.
I did get Gus out a little earlier on. He didn't bite me, surprisingly, but we're into Champion Select, so enough talk.
You said but.
But enough talk of little fluffy clouds with angry eyes. More talk of banning Graves first. Watch this.
No,
actually, Xin Zhao.
Oh, wait.
Xin Zhao, because Daddy's on the other team. Watch this. Xin Zhao, first ban.
Watch this. He's calling it.
It's Kieran banning, so nothing's going to get banned.
Aurelion Sol.
Ooh, okay, well, that one's like a freebie because you always ban Aurelion Sol against Swifty if you want to win the game.
Okay.
That was the null strategy for every team ever. Can you?
Don't suppose he plays Aurelion Sol.
Morgan's just ghosting. Like he's just sat in the chat. Can you remove yourself, please? Gangplank. Oh, okay. So Kieran played Gangplank in the last game, got kind of dumpstered a little bit in the early game, and then came back and did pretty okay. I mean, he didn't dominate, but for a guy who was down quite a bit in the early game, he did pretty well. So gonna take that one away. Sammy's did have a really good game in the first game on Tristana, so that's gonna be taken away. So looks like they've moved a little bit away from the form and gone into more of what they've actually seen the other team play, which is nice. So we might see some of the main champions that have been banned every game. Might see a couple of them sneak their way through. Will this be a Twisted Fate ban? Because then what'll Morgan do? What else can he even play?
I have no clue. That's an Udyr.
That's also aimed at Kieran, so they just don't want him playing this game, I think. What else does Kieran play? He used to play Ornn back before Ornn was like cool.
There's good picks against Ornn right now though. Yeah. Like you can run Urgot, you could probably run Scion, you could probably run Aatrox.
Morgana. So not even gonna ban away Soraka or Pyke from Anthony, both of which he's had pretty good games on so far today.
Show me the Pyke. I want to see the Pyke.
You missed. You should have watched the last game. And there it is.
There's the Ornn.
The third ban. Kieran, what have you got for us? Will it be a Fiora game? Will it be a Kled? Will it just be
a blind pick? Fiora would be yikes.
Will he just, just play a different game instead? Just tab out, go play Roblox or something? Hovering Shen for the minute, which could technically be considered a flexible pick. Could be going down into the support role, but Graves, I called it. I said it was going to be first banned. It wasn't, but I was half right. It was first picked, and Poppy's been banned every game away from Ruben.
There's the Xin Zhao that you talked about.
Analysis right now. So Mexi gets his first pick champion. Xin Zhao going to be going over to Daddy. That's his priority pick as well. They've both been sort of... There's been a lot of jungle target bans, and those two have definitely been making appearances, and then everyone's just wanted Ruben to play Trundle, I think, today. But they're going to let him get Poppy this time, so we'll see what he's able to do in that matchup. What will he be against, though? Shen will be locked in, but will that be top or support? And there we go. No one's banning away Mr. Nicky's champions this time. Doesn't go for Draven, because I think he thinks Draven sucks at the time for the, on this current patch, this current meta. So he's been learning other stuff. Vayne among them. Gonna be a Talia mid? That's one of Swifty's other go-tos, but I don't know how good that is since the changes, where she's sort of transitioned into a jungle role with the more single target damage coming through from the threaded volley. But he still seems confident with it, so he's gonna lock it in.
So yesterday I was casting the Warwick League of Legends tryouts, and Talia in the first game had managed to get 2 successful ganks and kills before the opposing Kayn had even made it to his second buff. I think Talia's still pretty strong.
Yeah, but it's also not in the jungle though, because you've got Xin Zhao there already.
Oh yeah, true, very true.
Yeah.
It's
okay. No Pyke for you, sorry.
Oh, I like the Pyke. Yeah,
you like your Pikey.
We'll have to see. If they pick a champion that can really shove the Talia out, then I think she'll be considerably weaker.
Yeah, for example, I don't know, Twisted Fate can push lanes quite early. Just a thought. But no, it's going to be the Bard and a Mumu. I wonder why a Mumu is going to be taken away when Graves is already pretty much guaranteed to be going into the jungle. Interesting to take that away, unless they think Viper Mist has a support Amumu up his sleeve. But no. A minimum of 3 supports banned in this second phase. Pyke, Nami, and Bard all taken away. So it's looking like a Soraka game, boys. Strap in. It's gonna be
yawn.
It's gonna be exciting.
Can I get some resident sleepers, please, for the Lulu?
Oh boy, Lulu! Wow, Anthony surprising me a little bit, but you know what? Oh, there we go. Twisted Fate for Morgan. All these target bans don't take away the one champion he can play, so he's obviously gonna lock that in. So let's see if we can get some more of those early game destinies like he had in the first game, rather than those sort of 25-minute plus ones where he just teleported into the entire enemy team and got himself killed. But Janna Vayne in the bottom lane, that's an interesting matchup. I say interesting. It's going to be against a Lulu Cogmore. So what's the opposite of interesting?
Is this Ardent Sensor meta?
Yeah, right.
Because that's the opposit of interesting.
Yeah, what is the opposite of interesting? Just like
boring.
Yeah, you're right. Because that's what this is right now. 2 shield supports, 2 scaling carries. Although with the addition of Gwynsu's, which can be used to accelerate these champions into more powerful positions, a little earlier on. But it's still going to be, 2 item spikes that both of these champions are looking for before they really start doing anything too ridiculous. Vayne can make aggressive plays happen early on, but with a Janna, not particularly likely. So, I don't know. We'll see if he's able to make anything happen, whether auto-directed camera will even put us down in the bottom lane at all this game without a gank going down there or a dragon or something. Otherwise, I think most of the action is likely going to be coming towards the middle lane. As we say, Novi is probably going to be pushing in this mid lane against Swifty. Taliyah always used to be that push in at level 1 and get something happening early on champion. Maybe link up with your jungler and go for an aggressive invade, but since the changes, it's really difficult to do that because you don't have the splash damage. But Twisted Fate just wildcard out. Maybe they even go for a level 1 invade. We saw that work out quite well in the first, and by we I mean I, because Ollie wasn't here. I saw that work out quite well in the first game, as they managed to take the flash away from Nautilus and punished him for it afterwards. He was just kind of dominated the entire game, so maybe he'll go for the pick a card and try and find a stun early on, and that might put a damper a little bit on his early pushing potential and give Swifty a little bit more room to breathe in that lane, but we'll have to see how it goes. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So, the first game we saw relatively reserved early games from both junglers. The second game, it was just all-out bloodbath. Nuts to the huts, balls to the wall aggression, as Mexi tried to go for the early game buff steal and got completely punished for it. It was just like a 10-15 second scrap around the blue buff between both junglers before Ruben on his Trundle just waddled down and picked up the kill for free, and that kind of put Mexi behind for the entire game. But on Graves, he has a little bit more safety, has the dash available, the range champion as well, always a bit of an advantage in those weird little skirmishes. So we'll see whether he decides to go for that aggressive plays, has a little more confidence that Kieran will be able to come and back him up, and it won't be his opposition that's getting the support. He does go for an aggressive play. But for now, the bot lane is yikes. Bot lane is kill, I think.
I'm really liking the summoner spell choice from Sammy's, and is that Yuyumi?
Me.
Yuyumi, okay.
Yuyumi.
So it's not a kill lane, right? So go with the double defensive sums. That's the smarts right there.
Yeah, they've done something quite similar with the exhaust, although that's a different kind of defensive summoner that you can use offensively as well. Obviously, Janna and Lulu both do provide shields anyway, so possibly you could argue it's overkill, but for a Cogmore, keeping him alive is just priority number 1, so I don't think you can ever overkill him with shields. But maybe for a Vayne, she has a little more safety for herself, has a little bit of self-peel. The invisibility helps out as well, so might not need the doubly defensive summoner spells in that regard, but exhaust can be used aggressively. You can shut down someone who's coming in for a gank, or you can shut down a Cogmore that's trying to get in and pump out damage in a fight. You can cut that damage in half and really cut his effectiveness down. So I like the choice of the summoner spells from both bottom lanes. Makes sense in both of their compositions. No teleports for mid laners. Ignite versus heal.
Heal?
Heal.
On Taliyah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't take it.
Lady,
but...
I do agree. Lulu players, but hey, at least it isn't Soraka, right?
I want to watch to see how Poppy's W steadfast presence is in this game. Could be pretty effective if she's ever able to get into melee range of that Vayne. She can't tumble anymore. Shen has a dash, so she can use it to protect her teammate from getting taunted. Graves, he has a dash. Maybe if she dives onto him as well, if he's the higher priority target, that would be pretty useful. That could be an interesting pick to watch this game.
Yeah, that's the bread and butter Ruben pick right there. Is the Poppy always finding his ways to make that steadfast presence work in his favor, particularly if he's against a Riven where he can just start with like 5 cloth armors and they just hate their lives for the entire game. That seems to be one. Anytime he gets a matchup against a Riven, he picks his Poppy and then posts in the Discord about how good of a player he is because he beat it with Poppy. So good job. This time you're against a Shen, so a few less dashes, so you're going to have to time the W a little bit better. Might take some actual mechanical skill. for this one, so we'll see how well he does on that one. He's been doing pretty well on Trundle in the past couple of games. Not gone for the aggressive, press the attack type Trundle, gone for, say, Grasp of the Undying, more sustain, heavy Trundles. It's been, it's worked out really well for him in the first game where they were able to get a really good advantage for him. And in the second game, they had the early advantage as him and Daddy both sort of teamed up in the early game and put Kieran in the dumpster a little bit, but he did have the comeback a little bit towards the end, but in the end it was Ruben and Daddy who were able to close out the game for their team. So we'll see if they're able to focus a little bit around the top side again. Shen maybe not the easiest target out of all of them, but well, there isn't really an easy target on the team. Twisted Fate potentially, but Talia maybe not the most consistent lockdown in the mid lane to really help out. And I've got unable to download spectator data. That is,
I kept getting this yesterday.
3 games out of 3 that I've had this. Wonderful. Let's hop back in.
Hi. Cheer 1. Nice.
Potato game. It's telling me that one of the players is 9 minutes in game, but the rest of them are 5 minutes in. That's what I like to see.
Interesting.
Hey Phil. Wagwan. So phase rush sends Zhao, huh?
I think that's just what you take on him.
Yeah, the triple wackies. Oh boy, I'm in game. Yep.
30 seconds roughly.
I'm on 28. I want to go to 30 exactly, and then.
Oh, I'll need to pause at 40.
40 makes.
Yeah.
Do the counterfeit strategy of.
Yeah, synchronizing it. It works. Can't shame it if it works.
I went past 40. 42. There we go. Now I'm on 40. And it kept going. Please pause. Thank you, game. Please. Game. Video game. I think it froze on me again. Take it away, Alex.
Take it away. Well, I mean, if it's we want to allow the time to sync, don't we?
Give me a second. Can I press any buttons? Oh. Yeah, I'm hearing noises. Okay, I'm on 40 seconds now. We're good.
Okay.
I think we're
3,
good.
2, 1, go.
Alright.
Failed invade. Got scouted, boys.
Yeah. This time, teams have cottoned on to the potential invades, and Morgan did take the W.
Cotton, King of the North. Ah, great tournament.
Cotton. Never heard of it.
Have they asked you to do anything for it?
Be telling, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay. All right.
Jeez.
PM me.
Jeez. Oh, there we go. Pick a
Dude,
card,
wait,
finds
was
a
that gold
stun.
card?
It was. And that's the end of that. So he gets
I mean,
stunned.
1 out of 1 gold cards this game. 100% hit rate. No V. He's popping off.
He actually tried to pick one earlier. I don't know what it landed on. I think it just timed out because there was no one.
Yeah, because
there,
they weren't in range.
So technically 1 for 1, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll give it to him so far. But as we said, it is going to put a little bit of a damper on his early pushing, and he's really been in positions throughout this entire tryouts sesh where he's the one that's pushing in lanes early. And if Swifty is able to get that old school Talia going and push in on him, might put more pressure on him than he's been used to in the past couple of games, and force a couple more of those bad decisions out of him. But trades in the bottom lane. Auto Director actually wants us to watch this. Wow.
I think it just takes you to wherever there's damage happening. It's not very good.
Seems like it.
Nick, good trade.
Trades into the shield. The support walks up, does more damage than the AD carries do.
So
Perfect.
in terms of trading, it like red side just wins it straight up. Cogmore, yeah, he's not amazing, but like if it's an extended trade, he's gonna do pretty decent.
Yeah, especially with the lethal tempo against fleet footwork. You saw him proc it there. He didn't actually get any auto attacks off, but when you hear that little sort of shimmery noise, then you know that's the time where you don't want to be stood next to a Cogmore.
Yeah.
And well, the Doran Shield Vayne has already had to use a potion, getting chunked out pretty heavily by Anthony, just popping down those shields on himself and trading out auto attacks with the Vayne at this stage of the game. Lulu's able to do that with the passive.
Yeah.
Gets big chunks of damage down. It's already a 7 minion kill lead in the bottom lane for Sammy's Cogmore, but there is a chance for Nick to catch up. But, ooh, Ruben slamming Kieran into the wall, but here's Daddy.
Daddy's here. Looking for it. Gets the red buff slow, pops it. They've got the spirits. I forget the name of it, whatever.
Spirits
First blood.
Refuge. The
Spirits
flash
Refuge?
comes down. I think so, I don't know.
I thought it was that. And
Here
then I
we
was
go,
like,
there's a
"Is
trade.
it?"
Swifty.
No.
Woo! Didn't even need to use his summoners. Gets himself out once again. Morgan gets ganked and doesn't get involved. Has the flash and ignite. Could have got in. Could have been enough to get the kill, but decides not to. And Swifty just walks himself out of that situation. Mexi not able to find it in the mid lane. Kieran had to teleport back to the top lane as well. Cooldown advantage now in favor of Ruben, and Daddy and Ruben have been linking up pretty good to just punish this topside early game. But Nick, whew,
Lethal tempo. There we go, kicking and getting a couple extra auto attacks there. Probably about 2 more. Oh, Daddy. Looking for the gank. Blue card. Gets him
Oh, he
with
walked
the
onto it.
seismic shove there. Red buff slowly yet again. Flash is not going to be enough to save him. Daddy getting the second kill from his second gank there. That is his second gank, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah. Well played. There it is. There's the W from the Poppy, which hopefully we should see throughout the game, putting in some work. We spoke about that during the loading screen or champ select or whatever, but forgot to mention Shen's W is also pretty good against Cogmore. That dude is front loaded on his auto attacks, and Xin Zhao to some extent as well. So if there's potentially a really good Spirits Refuge, oh Nick.
Oh boy, that's the Mastery 3 Vayne coming through right there. He's relatively new to the champion. He's been playing Draven for the most of his League of Lego career. Recently decided to start switching it up and learn some other stuff, and maybe just overestimating, I guess, his damage output this early into the game.
Or at least underestimating the amount of damage that auto attack was going to do. He didn't realize the Lulu passive was going to add to it, and assumed he could get away with
Viper
condemning
missed
to back out.
in a rough
Viper.
spot. But again, they had all summoner spells available in the bottom lane. If they were going to go for that trade, could have dropped the exhaust, could have healed, could have flashed for both of them. They did actually use the barrier on Sammy's, but it seems like a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe Viper Mist wanted to back away, whereas Nick
chasing
wanted to
Sammy's
kill.
now. Is he going to be able to escape this one? No. Shutdown comes through.
Still
He's
wants
gonna
the
be able to
kills.
get the return kill though. Yumi doing the damage. There it is. The Q auto is enough.
And Kieran's
One
in a
for
bad
one
spot
together.
again.
Daddy 5 yet again with a really good gank. Kieran just too far up in lane. He doesn't have it warded, does he?
Yeah, that's
No.
that's a bit of a
What?
theme for Kieran. He's been caught out a couple of times without having his lane warded. He actually got baited a little bit as a low health Ruben playing Trundle in the previous game dropped a pillar behind him, and he was like, "Oh, I think I'm getting ganked," so he backed away, and then he was like, yeah, maybe I should go ward it. So he went and dropped the ward. Actually, neither jungler was even close to them, but still just needs to be, using that big brain of his a little bit more, that big university brain, but still just getting caught out once again by Daddy. That's his second successful gank.
Look at the
towards
CS
the top
though.
side of the map. And it's similar to what happened in the previous game. He's getting ganked over again. He's dying. He's losing his
Talia.
teleport advantage.
Coming in hot, missing the
has
seismic
flash.
shove, but the wall's still there anyways. Novi's
it
able to
over.
make it in time, has the gold card. Graves is there as well. Shen teleporting through, doesn't get the taunt off, but Sammy's is going to fall. That will be the 1 kill return. What is the teleport?
Ruben? He wants to stun into the wall.
Tornado. Looking for the disengage. Swifty coming through. Seismic shove onto Kieran. Damage is coming across. Is there going to be enough? There is. First kill now. Exhaust is used onto Ruben. Slamming Viper Mist against the wall. Knocking them away with the condemn. No more kills are happening, but everyone's so low. Nick looking for the chase. Is only level 4. Isn't going to go into that brush. Does not have any vision. That's a lot of spells used.
Yeah, what a conglomeration of a team fight that was. Nick, oh boy, I don't know about that one. That's some vein spotting about to happen on stream if you went any deeper into that one, but nope. It will end up just being, was it a 1-for-1
Daddy
trade in the bottom
found
lane?
Mexi.
Oh, boy. He's level 6. thanks for the leash. Picks himself up the 3rd kill of the game, and the kill on Mexi. Looks like this is in Xiao pick working out. Probably should have banned it like you have done in every other game, because Daddy is putting on a clinic of aggressive jungling right now. Got 2 ganks towards the top side of the map, got involved in that fight towards the bottom, and now finds Graves picking up his red buff, catches him out of position, takes him down, takes away the buff and the kill as well. And now they're making the move onto the Infernal Drake. As this early in the game, that is not actually going to be giving them too much by way of stats this early in the game, but definitely potential to start stacking them up. Yeah, there is a whole lot of people who are going to be building damage in that team comp, so definitely a valuable Drake to be getting. The longer the game goes, the more items they get, the more value you get from it. More gonna get hit by another seismic shove here. Didn't
do too much damage though, so it's fine. It's whatever.
Got his catalyst for that Rod of Ages build that he likes to go. Gross score would be a shame.
Yeah, I was gonna say. My man Gross Score, he disagrees with it, and obviously being the best Twisted Fate in the world, I feel like
did you hear Gross Score give a shout out to Warwick Esports?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I did. Oh god,
it's an esports club.
Did you see him against Watley as well?
I think that was why they were in his chat, right? But oh boy, here we go.
Ruben going with an interesting route to escape this one.
RubeTube, where you going? He just waddles out.
To walk out of there.
Didn't even flash. Just straight up walks around them all.
He's so tanky with just those components that they're not able to take him down. I mean, it's kind of a contributing factor that Mexi's really far behind, but look at Daddy's positioning. He's waiting to see if Mexi walks back into the jungle. Little does he know there aren't any camps, so he's just going to recall anyways. Well, I mean, he saw it because it was in vision of the minion.
Oh,
Daddy,
Kieran,
going to be a real risky
actually
one.
Has a ward here, so he knows this is coming, but...
Tags him with a W, looking for it. Flash is getting burnt. Daddy going for it. He's going to be able to survive this one. Really well played from Ruben, able to lock him up, stall him for long enough there. Daddy comes through. I didn't think that would work, but hey, it did. Well played.
Where's the coordination? Where's the Twisted Fate ultimate? He was already on that side of his lane anyway. He could have just cancelled his recall, walked a couple of steps forward and ulted in, and that's probably a double kill. Daddy D5 was very low health. Ruben's very low health. He has Ignite. Obviously, he doesn't have too much by the way of items, but he just recalled and picked up boots. I mean, it's not really
the trade damage.
That, but I mean, I don't know. The missed opportunity there in the mid lane, but I mean, you know, take what you can get. But again, as we said, the bottom lane trades heavily going in favor of Lulu Cogmore. That's why this was such a priority bot lane duo for such a long time, particularly in professional play. Lulu Cogmore has always just been pretty nasty, you know? Lulu Cogmore, Nunu Cogmore. Just about anything that gives you shields or attack speed with Cogmore has always been pretty threatening. And tower dives are pretty threatening too.
Yeah, it's coming out. Wall blocking them off. I think it was used a little bit preemptively. Swifty in a bit of an awkward situation here. Daddy coming in. Shen teleport is being channeled. Mexi is able to survive long enough. Swifty looks like he's going to fall because he was isolated from the rest of his team. Now are they going to be able to escape this one? It is a 3v5 gold card comes out onto Yuyumi. He does fall down. Again, that was really poor execution. You know that they have the Shen ult available. You have to wait until Ruben has his teleport at the bare minimum. Otherwise, you will always be outnumbered in that fight. And now they're going into Daddy D5's jungle. We might see a dive here. Novi's making the rotation over. Sammy's slowing them. Taunt comes out onto Daddy. Looks like they might be able to get him. And there's the shutdown. Stun onto Sammy's looking for the tower dive. Do they have enough damage? Firing away the auto attacks. Barriers getting burnt. Kieran just about seeing if he can get away from this one. Heal does get burnt. Novi picks up the kill, taking the damage from the tower. Goal.
Stopwatch.
Stopwatch used there. Just about surviving for himself. Good punish from the blue team. And they're able to extend it further, going into the jungle, finding Daddy, getting that shutdown, getting the dive. Well played, getting them back into the game in this.
Right, I will excuse Morgan for not ulting to help out Kieran in the top lane because the collapse into the bottom side as that tower dive was threatened was really, really well executed from the blue team. They had Mexi on the backside who got collapsed on a little bit by Daddy, so that's where the Shen ultimate went. A really nice condemn to stun up Swifty as he took a bit of an unsafe route towards the back line, and that was enough to finish off that kill as well. So they managed to pick up a double kill for Nick, so he's now 3 and 2 in this lane. A couple of items, his first one now completed. Blade of the Ruined King for him, and the tower dive was enough for Morgan to get the kill, but oh boy, he's in a bad spot now.
Yeah, stun under the tower. They had everything to kill him. Now they're going to be able to get this tower as well, which it's not the first tower of the game. That was the top tower, but it still should be in their favor. But I feel like they've overextended here, going for Mexi. They got greedy. They saw blood in their eyes, and Kieran was there to pick them off. Red buff on Mexi here. If they're able to catch Ruben, they might be able to kill him. He's taken a long route round. Kieran's looking to cut him off on the escape. We'll have to see if directed camera takes us back to that top lane to see if he makes it out.
He dashed through a minion to get a bit of space in between him and Graves. Bit early on the W on the steadfast presence.
You have to wait until the Shen uses his E.
Yeah,
you have to interrupt it.
Preemptive didn't quite work out, but it will result in a second tower being picked up for the red team in the mid lane, as following that 3-man tower dive onto poor little Morgan down there, and now Swifty's just threatening around the bottom side. Could be another potential tower dive. They know the cooldowns aren't fully available yet for Kieran on the top lane. Doesn't have his Stand United available. It looks like they're just going to walk in and just brute force the bottom lane of the blue team away to try and take this tower down, but Twisted Fate
potentially looking for the flank, but he's not going to go for it.
Nowhere he could have gone that wouldn't have just instantly been death for him, as well reacted by the mid and bot lane duo just to stick together as a ball. No one got separated off at all.
I don't think they're going to be able to steal this. Yeah, that's fine. I think you needed to try and bait them into a dive and then have the TF ultimate. If they don't go for the dive, okay, cool, they're getting the turret anyways. I mean, they are now, so it doesn't really make a difference, but using it preemptively like that, there's no one you're going to... there's nowhere to teleport in, you know?
Just managing to get himself out as they prioritize the tower over the one kill, but oh boy, here comes that one kill as Daddy
through. Using the ultimate to knock him out of there. Mexi now on his own. Daddy's trying to do as much damage to him as possible, flashing forwards. The Shen ultimate was used. He's actually able to get the return kill as he's able to give enough health for Mexi. It can blow up Daddy. That was really good. Honestly, the Shen ults have been pretty clean this game, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Kieran can press his buttons pretty good when he feels like it, just not the ward button, obviously. But again, Ruben goes a little bit aggressive, doesn't quite find the stun, but gets himself out. A lot of low health bars on the blue team side, but just a little 1-for-1 trade. Nothing too much more going to come from that, as both teams going to disengage. They did actually convert and pick themselves up the second Infernal Drake. We saw them pick up the Drake, but we didn't touch how much one it was, so that is... We said 1 Infernal Drake is a lot of scaling, but 2 is even more. So as these damage items start coming through, that's going to be even more of a advantage in favor of the red team, the Daddies, on this one as well. So going to have to be careful of that. Hopefully our blue team, the Mexi team, can put a little bit of a stop to the scaling that's coming out of that team right about now. As we say, some nice Stand Uniteds being used. Maybe we might have to start seeing some more proactive plays rather than just reacting, but it seemed to be working out for them reasonably well for the time being. Issue is that they commit so much resources to answering the plays that's coming out from Daddies and co that they just lose out across the map. Every time they commit something to a fight in the bottom lane, they lose their mid tower, they lose their top tower. Look at the size of the minion wave that's now pushing on to the top inner tower as well, that Kieran has to walk his way back. He's going to likely get there before most of that's cleared up, but there's still a whole lot of experience and gold that could be potentially lost by committing everyone to these plays reactively. So they need to be working on getting the map going in their favor and trying to make plays on their own terms rather than reacting to what's happening on the other side of the map. Even if that is almost a team comp that they have for them there, as they have the Stand United and the Destiny, can get involved in fights. Maybe start trying to look for that to start fights rather than to get involved in fights that are already happening.
One thing to mention, look at the vision score for red team. It's just better than anyone on blue team. Viper Mist at 12 is, I mean, it's still good, but like the enemy Cogmore is currently set on 12 as well.
Yeah, this is something that we actually commented on in the previous game. I think it was something like 30 minutes into the game. Anthony, playing Pyke, obviously had a Duskblade, but for 30 minutes into the game, he had like 110 vision score, which is just nuts. It's just not fair. He was just getting rid of every ward on the map at every opportunity that he possibly could. So good to see that continuing, and not just on him, but the entire team is picking up the burden. Expect to see him separate a little bit more from the rest as soon as he gets the full upgrade on his support item. He does have, what is it, the 3 wards on that one. It looks like he's going straight for the Ardent Sensor because this is, what, a season and a half ago?
Herald he's now getting picked up.
He's in his own little time capsule where Ardent Sensor still gives lifesteal and was the best item in the game, but still likes to go for it pretty much every game where he isn't playing Pyke. But Rift Herald going to be, as you say, easily cleaned up, going to be picked up by Daddy. Last time, he didn't actually use it until, well, they'd already taken down most of the towers, and then he dropped it afterwards. So we'll see if they're going to pop it to try and get a siege started up, but Twisted Fate. Ooh.
Coming in, having to flash over the wall. Loads of damage coming out from these Cogmore auto attacks. Yeah, yikes.
Remember when I said about Morgan, sometimes he uses his ult and...
Oh, Nick.
Yep.
Having to flash for flash. Honestly, that's fine. Swifty threatening that. It's going to cause Nick to have to recall. Sammy stepping a bit too far forwards. Rift was getting channeled, which means Daddy wasn't able to protect his teammate as he died. Stun against the wall. Ruben, really good getting the shutdown now onto Mexi. Herald is going to be able to slam into this tower. That will be the first one. See if they can
this could even be inhibitor.
Yeah,
Morgan's just now respawning, making his way back into the fight, but no one can get past this red team to hit that vulnerable spot on Shelly. There we go. Kieran takes a chunk out of the inhibitor tower, but he is able to get rid of the Herald. So they will, for the time being, save their base, but it's a big chunk of damage out of that middle inhibitor turret.
Send Cogmore top. Please send Cogmore top. He should collect that wave. No.
But,
oh well, whatever.
But there's a smaller wave bottom. What do you mean? It will be Ruben on his way to pick up those minions in the top lane, just so he can say that he wasn't Flame Horizoned in this game. Just keeping up with keeping up with Kieran in terms of farm. Both this time, most games have had some pretty wild CS discrepancies in some lane or other. This one, it's relatively even. Vayne is about 20 down. Morgan's about 25 down. Usually it's much higher than that, but Swifty taking big chunks of damage. He's got the Lulu for support. Is it enough?
Uh-oh. Nick! He cancelled his auto, which meant he had to tumble back in for that one.
He had to heal as well to keep himself alive.
Back to full health. Wow, Janna. Yeah, that, I mean, we saw the dominance of Lulu in lane, but that's Janna showing that her team fight presence is, I would say, better.
Yeah,
basically the same pick. Just different benefits at different stages of the game, really.
Sure is. He dropped the wild growth on Swifty, but it wasn't quite enough to keep him alive. No wild growth for Kieran, though. He's going to have to get himself out. I'm not sure if the steadfast presence was available from Poppy there. Could have actually stopped him from dashing over the wall, but wasn't quite used in time either way. And that will just be the blue team top and jungler getting themselves out of danger there.
Clearing out the wards. Top lane. Pushing in for the red team right now. They get that mid prio. Should just be able to rotate, get a free dragon for themselves, and then start setting up a vision choke around this Baron Force the blue team to try and face check it, force the picks, and then pick it up for yourself.
Hey, Ollie.
Yes.
3 Infernal Drakes.
Yikes.
Yeah,
okay.
You've always
That's
got to have
fair.
one.
That's fair. What?
Alright, so there's the
RNG's
Morgan.
this.
Actually doesn't quite die immediately after casting his ult that time, but
Liverpool coming through. Red team are able to pick that up with the smite. Kieran playing as the front line does die. Before his team's able to follow through. Daddy popping his own ultimate. Sammy's is now getting focused by Nick, but the wild growth comes through and the auto attack damage is there to get the return kill. 1 for 1 on that fight, but the Infernal does get picked up by the red team. Let's see where they're going to rotate now.
just a little bit more time now for Sammy's to get some farm, get himself even further ahead in this lane. And he has a pretty big minion wave as well, but they're not going to overcommit to try and push down on that middle inhibitor, middle bottom tower. Rather, middle bottom. Bottom inner tower, what even are words? As the blue team have grouped up and are pushing on the middle inner turret of their own. But Kieran, okay, lost the tower aggro, managed to get himself out of range there. That could have been a sticky situation, but gets himself out. The wave will be cleaned up, but oh boy, Daddy.
Daddy, is he going to be able to escape this one? He doesn't have the armament for himself. He makes it over to the plant, is able to pop it, get over the wall. Ruben on the back end, stalling the team. Kieran now taking the brunt of the damage, but his W is able to reduce so much from Sammy's. Swifty is still able to pick it up anyways. The ultimate from Sammy's gets the execute. It's a Viper Mist on the back end, I believe.
I think that was just a random wild cards that Morgan threw through the middle of that team fight that went all the way through and picked off Xin Zhao at the back end of it. So at least they do get a trade kill back. But
Only
again,
means skill, not random.
Oh yeah, you're right. It throws out 3 because he's 3 skilled. So
3 skilled 5U.
yeah, 3 is the skill. It seems for Morgan. But again, a 2-for-1 fight in favor of Daddy's team. It is Daddy that goes down, but really it shouldn't have been. It was just a little bit of well executed placement of the skill shot from Morgan, is what we'll call it. Little bit of luck involved. Pistol rounds at RNG, just by the way, as are the wild cards. But Daddy will get taken down. Here's a better destiny. No one there to back Sammy's up.
Oh, teleport is coming through. Gold card gets used onto him. The execute is there too fast from blue team. Why is Sammy's position there?
good
Why didn't
knock-up.
Ruben cancel that teleport?
That was a really nice knock-up from Janna. Had the tornado honed in, and as soon as he was about to charge Morgan into the wall and land the stun, it got knocked up by the Howling Gale from Janna and cancelled that stun, and it was a easy pickup from that point forward. Nothing else in the tank. But honestly, I don't know why that teleport wasn't cancelled. I think... yeah, blood in the eyes. Maybe he thought his team was closer than they actually were. Thought that they'd be able to collapse. But much better use of the Twisted Fate ultimate there. No one there to back Sammy's up in that sticky situation he found himself in. They were able to take that kill for free. And then kind of got delivered a second one as Ruben just teleports into the middle, doing his Morgan impression. But not much more going to come from it, as they are able to group up and defend that middle inner tower. Still not been able to take that objective down, but it does somewhat even up the gold. Is only within 700 gold of each other. This is easily the most even, or I was gonna try and find a better word than close, because the most close doesn't sound great. Maybe the closest of the tryouts games that we've had so far.
Looking at the map, looking at the dragons, why is it so even? Like, how has this happened? Red team just... it feels like the game's just been going so well in their favor, and yet the gold difference just isn't really there. And then you look at the CS in the top side of the map, at least. Ignore the AD carries, that doesn't exist. Ignore that. That's mostly where it is.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. That seems to be where the difference is. A lot of it is in the jungle, funny enough, which is weird after how the game started. Mexi has made an amazing recovery in this game.
Yeah, he's done really well to find these opportunities, and he's played the team fights really well. Granted, he's had the help from Kieran with the Stand United, making him tankier than he actually is in these team fights. But then again, both teams have that. They have the Janna and they have the Lulu as well to make everyone tankier and harder to kill than they actually are.
What is
so,
red team doing right now?
They
What,
are
like,
they are
why
they
are they just letting
grouping
the
up.
side lane? What is this macro? What are they doing?
Shot calling, Ollie. That's what they're doing. Someone is shot calling. Don't ask me who, but someone probably is.
Right. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
they feel like they're behind now. I mean, their team fighting hasn't been going amazing as of recent, so maybe they're scared. Maybe they don't realize that like the strength of Sammy's in a team fight, if he doesn't get blown up, could be insane.
The issue that they have, the strength that they have in their team fights is mostly when they're all together as a unit. So they've been trying to move around the map as the unit, make plays, make tower dives happen in the bottom lane, make dives happen around objectives, and it's kind of gone okay, but it's been answered by the global presence of the Destiny from Twisted Fate, from the Stand United, from Kieran, who can just sit in these side lanes and pressure as he's doing now, but still get involved in the fights. So what they really need to be doing is, now that they have a 4-man stack, they need to be engaging now and getting that fight started where they can't make use of those global ultimates because they're all already together in one lane, and they really need to be pushing that advantage, but they just seem a little bit cautious.
From Kieran.
Will he have to ult to get out of this one?
Blue team's pulling the trigger.
It's too
rushing
late
for that
now.
Baron.
He could actually get in a position to get himself out of this as well.
Yeah, he
They're
has.
And they're on top of a ward, so they know this is happening. They're going to be collapsing, but will they get there in time?
Really well played by blue team. Swifty does make it there. I want them to pull off of this. I don't think this works for you. The Poppy ultimate goes completely wide, though.
Not
Backing out.
Vizichachi.
In a bit of a choke. And is that it? There's nothing come of it. Ruben stepping a bit too far forwards for no reason. Now he's taking the damage from Mexi. His team comes back
It's
to
all a
support
bait.
him. They got the shove. Janna ultimate is being used. Daddy jumps forwards with his ultimate. What is that? The World Growth comes out, but it doesn't save him in time. Ruben now too far forwards, able to flash out and save himself. Sammy's doing so much damage. He's not falling in this fight. He has the protection. He had the barrier. Double kill now for Swifty. Jumping over the wall as he goes with the ultimate. Viper's gonna fall. Kieran is the only one left for blue team, and it all went wrong. Sammy's doing so much there. Swifty doing so much for the red team.
And it's like we just said, that's the one way that they can get these team fights going in their favor, is catch them when they don't have the potential to use all that global presence that they've got. Kieran had already used his Stand United to get across the map and get it on the same side of the map as his team. So by the time the red team show up there, they're all grouped up as 5, and that's just not where this team is strongest. But Sammy's...
Is he going to be able to survive this? No, the auto attack from Kieran. He was greeding too much for that tower, and in the end...
Will it go down, though? That minion, so close.
Good from Kieran, drawing the aggro on the minions. That tower is going to be able to regen. So
that tower was on less than 40 health. So that was definitely a tickle or two away from going down. But, well, if they'd have had this before they made that push, maybe that tower would have gone down, that Mountain Drake, but they're actually going to peel off because they've already started the Baron once again.
I don't think they kill it quick enough.
Repeat
Honestly,
offenders. This time, though, Sammy's is
Sammy's
dead, so
is
he's
dead.
not there for the fight.
They're coming in. Poppy ultimate knocks them away. There's no smite for them if they continue to go for
it's a
this.
steal.
Red team are able to pick it up. Nick falls as well. Now Mexi on the back end trying to see if he can get Swifty, but he has the support of Yuyumi, and he's going to fall. Blue team, no.
8 HP on that Baron. Oh man, that is rough as they get that Baron buff taken away from them. And now Sammy's is up and he's back on the Rift and he's grouping up with his team as well. So that tower that we just saw survive on minuscule HP, it's dead. It's gone down, and now the inhibitor is going to be next, closely following. Mexi and Nick still have 20 and 11 seconds respectively on their respawn timers. So red team going to be a little bit more cautious, take the safer push and go towards this bottom lane. They already have a massive lane, wave in that lane rather, and they're going to just take down the bottom lane outer turret, leaving only the top inner turret rather as the only turret left outside of the blue team's base, slowly just chipping away at all of their presence across the map. And now they're starting to build back into where we would have expected the gold lead to be, just based on how well they've been performing in terms of CS, in terms of their team fight capability with this team comp. And now they're picking up the Mountain Drake as well, just as a little bit of a bonus prize.
Man, red team, they've not been playing the macro well this game. I think that's fair to say, but their team fighting has just gone so well. Ruben's ult there. Ruben's ult, probably the game-winning ult, I think.
Yeah, I saw a couple of the... couldn't exactly tell who it was because I was kind of brain AFK a little bit, but I saw a couple of people flying, so I'll assume it was better than the one in the previous fight where he hit nothing. So, well done, Ruben, for not missing your ult this time. Congratulations. He's gone for a very supportive build, so it really is all about the Cogmore. Not that we would have expected anything else in a composition with a Cogmore in it, but he's gotten Zeke's Convergence as well, amplifying a little bit more of the auto-attack damage of the Cogmore, and he's also gone for the Knight's Vow as well, making himself and Cogmore both a little bit tankier as he's pumping out the damage by way of Sammy's. So as we've seen, if Ruben gets a little bit too aggressive, he steps a little bit too far forward, he can be taken down relatively quickly. But if he's within close proximity to his team, as they are now, grouping up for the siege, well, that's where the Cogmore really shines.
For sure. There's not really much you can
off.
do here. Amazing Talia ult there. They're going to be able to get the turret. Are they going to be able to pull the trigger though? It could have been a good opportunity for Ruben to slam someone against the wall teleport. Being used from the Shen. Inhib looks like it is going to fall down, but so is Ruben as the heal doesn't come through quite in time. Nick standing super far forwards on barely any health flashing out. Does get the heal just about in time. Now red team looking to back away. Yeah, they took a casualty, but they got the inhib, and that's 2 out of 3 now. They should just be able to reset, go into that top lane, get that final inhib for themselves, and that should be game, but for some reason they're sticking around. Recall, guys.
Yeah, well,
recall.
You also have to take a quick peek at the minimap and see that Kieran bought a ZZ Rot portal and has dropped it in the top lane. So have a look at the size of that minion wave that's pushing on their own top inhibitor. Actually, the minions from the portal aren't quite going to reach the tower, so they don't get the bonus chunks of damage. So not too much more going to come from that push other than just the disengage now. But now that's 2 inhibitors taken on the bottom side and mid of the blue team's base. Only the top lane remaining. And we've seen it before that they can win these team fights if they're able to force the blue team to group up as 5 to respond to an objective or to a big push. It's only when they can play the map, use those global ultimates to get in and find a positioning in these team fights that they've really struggled. And with 2 inhibitors down, it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to keep that global pressure up and available all across the map for them. So it's looking really, really good for the red team here.
Yeah, for sure. I don't really know what you can do. Like, for blue team to win this next game, you need to kill Sammy's instantly. Ruben has to whiff his ultimate. Mexi has to pop off. Nick has to pop off, really. It's just a combination of things.
It's going to take a few back-to-back team fights for them to really bust their way back through this game. But bearing in mind that it is 35 minutes into the game now, Elder Dragon will be spawning in a couple of minutes. If the red team gets that, they have 4 Elemental Drakes. That is way too much power. They can't possibly give that over and expect to win the game. So that is almost a must take away now for the blue team. But they get so much less effective value from it without the stats that they can amplify with it, but it's just something that they just physically cannot afford to give up. So if the game lasts another minute and a half, we're likely to see a team fight break out around that, and if we don't, I think it's a little too far gone for the blue team to defend for that.
Yep. And once again we look at the gold lead. It's not even 5k. It's about 4k. With this much of a map lead and pressure lead for the red team, that should not be the case. That just demonstrates how weak the macro has actually been from them. Sammy's getting some serious damage off there, Daddy. Popping the ultimate so they can finally siege this final turret. Well, at least final non-Nexus turret. Getting the inhib for themselves as well. That's it. 3rd one cracked.
Well, the blue middle inhib respawned, so they're just going to saunter their way over and take that one out. So that's all 3 going to be going down. Another
They're
second
starting a
left.
team fight. They know it's life or death here. Daddy just about surviving. Kieran does fall in the fight. He's got destroyed by Mr. Nick. We talked about it. So many things had to come together. And there it is. Yumi falling now. Double kill for himself.
Destiny on
Novi
the
is
back.
teleporting in, flashing over the wall. Just about not getting the damage there for Swifty. And he's out of mana. Are they going to be able to escape this one? Flash forward from Viper Mist. Gets the slow off. I think that is lights out for Swifty. Ruben now being chased by Mr. Nick. He has the move speed from the Vayne passive, but look at their base. In the end, red team do not get that third inhib, which is huge for blue team, but they're still so far behind when you look at the map. Baron is coming up. Elder Dragon will be coming up. I don't know if they can do it again.
They're pinging that they want the Baron buff. That comes up a little earlier. So Swifty still got 30 seconds on his death timer. 5 and 5 on Sammy's and Daddy for the time being. But they haven't even started the Baron buff yet. And with that home guard buff, it's going to be so close. I think Daddy will be able to get here in time to go for a potential steal again for the second time this game. But the Blast Cone is going to be taken away. He doesn't have Flash available, so no way in other than going around, so it might just be in time unless this ult comes in.
Another amazing ultimate from Ruben, taking him out. Red team get it yet again. Daddy straight onto Nick. The wild growth comes out, getting him so low he's almost out of the fight. Stuns are coming out. Daddy jumping forwards yet again, popping the ultimate after the first kill onto Morgan. Ruben steps a little bit too far forwards though. Multi-man taunt from Kieran. Sammy's, he's too far forward. Yumi's gonna drop the quadra kill. Nick in the fight! Teleporting back into the base, seeing if they can save it. Swifty's dealing with the minions in the mid lane. Woo!
Oh boy.
Red team still get the Baron though.
Consider the game saved for the blue team, because that was a maybe we should have banned Poppy moment, as Mexi's not able to dodge the Keeper's Verdict, and it just opens the door for Daddy D5 to just, you know, stroll a little bit into the Baron pit, just casually smite it away. Easiest smite steal of his life, because he didn't even have to contend with anyone. Mexi was way too far away thanks to the Poppy ultimate, but again, just nice kiting, nice positioning from Nick. Picks himself up the quadra kill in that fight. And we touched on it again. Swifty had that offset death timer. He was 30 seconds away from respawning when the rest of his team was getting up and rushing their way to that Baron pit. So he wasn't involved in that fight whatsoever. Could have completely cut them off with the Weaver's Wall and shut down that attempt at a comeback from Mr. Nick, but it wasn't the case. And now that's given them a little bit of an opportunity to maybe get some vision down around this Elder Drake. It's still going to be an incredibly tough fight if they want to try and make their way back into this one. They're going to need a couple more team fights to go in their favor in the same way as the previous one did. But the red team have the positioning.
The Elder Dragon, if red team just stall here, just stall, allow for the minions to push in the top lane. There's no need to rush a fight. Force the blue team to pull the trigger, kite the fight, and then just win it out. If you just play it properly and don't let Sams get blown up. Daddy engaging again. You need to stall this. Mexi's super low though. Kieran looking in the front line. Stun is coming out onto Swifty, getting blown up. Mr. Nick gets the first kill of the fight. Now Ruben is the focus from him. Nick is still super low, diving in. Kieran gets blown up. No, Sammy's is dead. Sammy's is dead. Nick jumping forwards, getting you, Yumi. That's it for blue team. They win the fight. They get the Elder Dragon. Why did you force that engage? It didn't need to happen, red team. You could have just waited.
Oh man, game double officially saved. Mr. Nick is playing these team fights so well, just barely surviving that little bit of a... He had a bit of an altercation with Ruben there, but kept himself alive long enough to dish out enough damage. He's now 15, 5, and 5. Really, really good performance from him, showing he's been putting in the time on Vayne, putting in the work, and it's paying off greatly in this one. But oh boy, a little bit of a 1v1. Never a 1v1 when Kieran's up.
Kieran coming through on this. The 1v2. Is Daddy going to be able to escape this one? Mexi using the collateral damage to get as much damage as possible. Kieran under the turret isn't taking much damage from the Elders, helping him out as well with the burn damage. Maybe going too far forwards though, because the respawns come through from red team and they get the kill. That's a 60-second death timer. Are red team going to be able to use this one? Clearing out the minion wave. They might just be able to book it straight for those inhib turret. Well, just the inhibs and go for it.
Boy, Mexi.
Swifty going into Mexi's face. He
actually
doesn't
turned
have
this
the
around.
ultimate. The wild growth comes out because Lulu is there in time, getting the 2 kills from themselves. The death timers, they're still there. It's still 40 seconds on Kieran. Red team might be able to end this if they're able to just rush down one lane, but Sammy's is in the bot lane. Why is Sammy's in the bot lane? What is this macro?
What's the opposite of saved? Like delete?
That's
That's for like
Bro,
that's for like
maybe.
files or something. Like yeah, I saved this picture. Oh, I deleted it. But I mean, you can't say they deleted the game, but
ruined.
Way too aggressive for Kieran. And
Go.
the collateral
Get the inhibs.
the collateral damage came through into the ult from Xin Zhao, so it didn't even do any bonus damage. So Kieran just got way too bloodthirsty, and I mean, it looked like Mexi was going to turn that around. If he'd had the smite available, he could have won that fight with the reduced damage and the amplified damage coming through from the skirmisher saber, but it wasn't the case. Anthony got there in time, and it looks as though the only reconciliation is that they actually will keep 2 inhibitors
didn't.
alive.
Oh my god.
For the time being. Surely they're going to push back in and take it away. It's only an auto attack away, but no, they're going to back away.
How is there not been an item purchased for red team that reduces attack speed slow? Why is there not a Warden's Mail item?
And that's what comes back into the full circle to when we were talking about Ruben going for that supportive build where he's trying to keep Sammy's alive more so than he's
just too
worried about
squishy.
tanking. He's not tanky enough to survive the Vayne, and I mean Vayne is kind of the anti-tank with the true damage that comes through. The only way you can counter it is to build health, but she does percentage health true damage, so the only way you can counter that is to slow the attack speed. ZZ Rock Portal doesn't do that. That's just gonna push lanes, which
CC Rot's just bad.
I mean, you
Why
can
are you building
you
that?
can just do that yourself. Wave management, Ruben. It's something you should watch a video. Someone find him one. But nope, he's gonna go. But I mean, to be fair, Kieran's got one as well, so they're both as bad as each other. But it's not helping you in these team fights, and that's where you're struggling at the moment because on paper you have the better team fight composition. It's just the execution isn't quite there. They're not able to get onto Nick, get him out of the fight before Sammy's himself gets blown up, and it's not working. They're trying to keep him alive, but he's still getting blown up. So then something needs to change, and I think it could well start with the tankiness of the front line, forcing Vayne to play front to back in these team fights rather than just stealthing straight past you and getting onto the back lines where they can blow up Sammy's in the back line.
Yeah, one of the issues with this Talia pick, it's not
Oh,
going to
the
blow them up
flash.
like a Syndra might do. Gold card comes out onto Swifty, he's dead. Good pick from the blue team. Let's see how they're able to capitalize on it. Red team now in the top lane shoving it in.
Can blow up herself pretty good though, apparently. She got taken down real fast there on that one. Just a flash forward from Mexi, knowing his damage
Are we going to see a
output.
base race?
Oh boy,
Are they going for a base
we
race?
might. Do they have a minion wave with them there? They do, but the blue team don't. So they're actually gonna have to recall. Kieran's gonna stick around in the
looking for
top
it.
lane. He's dropping
Teleport
his
coming
Zero-
through.
Is-
Sammy's needs to be hipping. Oh, they're going to go for the inhibs instead. They know that they won't be able to kill it in time. It's fine. Okay, they get the third inhib, so that is huge for them. But
But Mexi still
Mexi's
hasn't gone
still in
back.
the
He's
base.
still pushing. And there's the
the
ZZ running
44, if
bottom.
they do go for this, Daddy jumping it in onto
That
Yuyumi. No, not
shield.
Yuyumi, the Janna. She's not going to live through that. Sammy's auto attacks come out. Mr. Nick doesn't have the protection for himself. Ruben does get stunned up. They are able to pick him off. Nick now getting dived by Daddy as he makes it over to the fountain. Novi, gold card onto him. Sammy's jumping forwards with the flash, looking for the auto attack damage. Gets taunts out. The GA proc is there. And meanwhile, Mexi's still in the base firing away at those inhibs. Swifty does respawn, but is he going to be able to defend this as Mexi does so much damage? Seismic shove doing work. He does have the GA if he needs it. Is she going to be able to proc it? Does he have the collateral damage?
He does.
He
That
does.
should mean death. The seismic shove can be
Like,
timed.
oh
It's
no, he timed it wrong.
Swifty boy, what you doing?
Jumping forwards with the auto attack. Collat isn't there. No, he's not going to get the inhib. What is this?
Anthony flashing him.
Swifty,
Oh,
Swifty,
no.
no. Go too far forwards to
Okay.
seismic shove.
Oh no! Oh god! I thought Anthony had it with the polymorph, but nope, the red buff. Was it red buff? Was it red buff or was it the smite? The damage over time, the tickling down. Oh man. Oh god, how do we?
This is the biggest fiesta.
So the base race. ended up with all 3 inhibitors going down for the blue team. They didn't take down the one Nexus tower that was standing, which gave Kieran the passage to teleport back into the fight. And they tried to half focus Vayne. I mean, Ruben was trying to kill Vayne, and then Daddy was trying to kill Vayne, not at the same time. Sort of one after the other. So Nick was able to kite himself backwards, and that's the difference in itemization between the Vayne and the Cogmore right now. She has the GA, so they both died, but she's still back up and able to clear out those waves, whereas Cogmore doesn't have that in his toolkit. There's the Destiny on the back of the Baron buff.
Mexi is up, but he's not close enough, so Red Team are going to be able to pick up that Baron and just walk away from this one. Novi in kind of a weird position. We'll have to see if Swifty can catch him.
He's going to try and recall out. Will he get out?
See if they can find him. No, they found him. You can only buy time with that Zhonya's, but you are dead. And a minute on that Elder Dragon, and a minute on the respawn from Novi. He will be able to teleport in the second that he does come up, but like Red Team just might be able to win the game here.
Yeah, that could just be the nail in the coffin. I mean, Morgan, the Destinies are on and off. That might have been a bit of an off one. We'll see just how badly they're punished for it. But Mexi's still pushing his side waves, and the rest of the team aren't there to answer. This inhibitor's just respawned, and they're not in a position at all to contest it. So that's just going to be all 3 inhibitors taken down again. Still 30 seconds on Morgan's respawn.
You don't need to rush this. You can, but you also have big waves coming in. Stunning up Kieran on the front line. He's taking so much damage.
Vayne's
Shut
dead.
down no one to Mr. Nick. That's it. Red Team taking the carry off of the blue team. He's dead. Daddy 5 gets Mexi. He's dead as well. Double kill for Swifty. The Nexus eventually falling for the red team. Maybe 20 minutes later than it should have. But with that, Red Team win the game in a not very spectacular fashion, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's anticlimactic, and then there's the Vayne who's been carrying these team fights getting completely popped off screen. like, we weren't even looking at it, and Swifty somehow just completely one-shots him, and then follows the Viper Mist and just one-shots him as well on the back of that team fight, and that just gave Sammy's the room he needed to finally just stand still and be that rapid-fire Cogmore that can just spray across team fights. And all it took was the enemy AD carry to die first after Morgan questionably ints again with the Twisted Fate ultimate. I think sometimes what needs to happen with Morgan on Twisted Fate is they need to just periodically unbind his R key, because sometimes he does really well. He found a couple of picks onto Sammy's where he was alone in the mid lane, he had no backup, and then sometimes he just does that and loses the game off what would have been a complete shot in the dark at a Baron steal attempt. His team wasn't there to back him up. At that point, I can't say it would have been worth. I mean, even if he did get the Baron buff, he probably would have gone down, and I just don't think it would have mattered anyway. They still would have had the 4v5, and that would have been enough to push them through to the victory IMO. But let's take a quickie look at some of these damage numbers. And quietly, Swifty has done 20,000 more damage than anyone else in the game. That's... Yeah, on the Talia, 62,000 damage. Wow. Yeah, 42,000 on Vayne, 46,000 on Cogmore, so it's more like 16,000, but semantics. But I mean, I can't say I was gonna say a great performance from Swifty on that one, but I mean, in terms of damage dealt, yeah, he was pretty ahead of the curve. There was definitely some questionable moments, like the little 1v1 with Graves in the bottom lane. Anthony almost saved him, but not quite. The damage over time was enough to trade that kill back and forth. But I think I'm safe in saying that was definitely the closest of the games that we've had, for better or for worse. The first one was something like a 25-minute stomp fest. The second one was what looked like maybe a little bit of a comeback, but then ended up similar story to this one, where it was just a team fight that went horribly wrong, and the game just sort of ended. Similar to this one, except well, this one, the team fight happened more or less after the game was already over, as they'd already pushed in, and all it took was for Nick to get absolutely deleted off the back of the team fight, and it was enough for Sammy to get the positioning to deal the damage to finally end the game 47 minutes in. So,
Whew.
yeah, was that more exciting than your spreadsheets, Ollie? That's the
It
important
was.
question.
It was, and now I have to go back to these.
You do
So
have-
Salford are winning null this year in the chat. If they improve their macro, perhaps.
We'll have to do some research, find out who was shot calling, and just give them a spanking. Just make them sit in like the Null Keel Discord for like a week as punishment. But yeah, sorry I'm not winning, Newell. Sorry, buddy. But I think that will do it for today. I don't think we've got any more games. At least I hope not, because yikes. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, we've had some tryouts. It's been trying times, you could say, for the players, and in some instances it's been difficult to watch as well. But hey, we've had some good games. We've had some good performances. We saw Nick pop off on his vein in a couple of team fights, and then we saw Nick get popped in a team fight. What more can you ask for?
Nothing.
Precisely. There we go. It's official. The stream has it all. Vane's getting kills. Vane's getting killed.
Oh,
Twitch
Timo's
Prime,
dying.
Twitch Prime sponsorships. Asus sponsorships. You know what? Banging drops from Monster Cat. Perfectly timed. Look at that. Hamsters as well. There was a hamster or two featured.
Sorry, a winning new lol.
Yeah. Yikes.
Solid name.
Sorry, bud. The hamsters are all asleep. I'm not gonna wake them up. That's just rude. Can't do it. But yeah, that will conclude today's stream. I think that was probably the longest one we've had in about 8 months. So much for this 9 hours a week we're supposed to be doing. Oh, hey Chaz. That's Dadmaster 73.
Oh, Chaz is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just say the level of play during the Warwick Tryouts was slightly higher. Just slightly.
What are you trying to say, dude?
Nothing. I was just after experiencing them
Morgan,
both.
can you
I'm
kick
just
this?
making a comment.
Morgan, kick this guy.
No,
For-
you can't
like-
kick me if I leave first.
Morgan, quick!
Wait, Ollie cheated on me for... No, I was busy doing my sign-up spreadsheets, but then Salford said they needed me. They said they needed me. So I was like, if you must.
Hold on, I can give you exact wording on this. Oh,
No,
well,
no,
hold on. I said,
no,
I said you're.
No.
I did say you're necessary, so I guess that's like
There you go.
synonymous with needing me. Okay, we'll let you up.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, but now I'm gonna mute you. Bye. So that will conclude today's stream. Today's tryouts. We will compile the data, run it through our big machine, run it through our superhuman brains like Kieran's. We'll figure out some teams, figure out some compositions. We'll be playing in Newell. It starts in 2 weeks from today. Is the first set of games. I'm actually going to be on the Newell stream casting with Greyheart, who was on earlier. So yeah, that's going to be good. And then we've got Chaz, who's going to be doing. I don't know. I don't really know what his job role is. Kind of just answering questions in Discord if people ask about League. Seems to be most of it. We'll find out what Chaz does. I'll keep you informed as soon as I find out. But for now, signing off. I have hamsters to attend to.